And Bob is not invited. If I see Bob, I am kicking him out so fast before his camera turns on.
Why?
Did you listen to the Daily Show?
Yeah, I didn't get any. What do you
You,
say?
you don't know if you listen to the Daily Show and you don't know why I wouldn't want Bob in this lobby chat near the end.
Didn't you also say that Clay was not invited either?
Well, he's the one that said it, so yeah, Clay's not invited either. Because Clay's the one that said early lobby will be naked yoga, and then Bob was like, "Oh, I gotta join." So I'm scared of both of them now. This is a naked yoga free zone. I mean, if you want to do it on your own time, knock yourself out. But I don't want to be in the same chat room with like naked people. Well, naked gun channels people that I've met so
What
far.
time do you want to do hit or miss tonight? Do you want to do it normal time, or do you want to do it at after the early lobby? How do you want to go through it? Go
Oh,
about
I don't
this?
care. Like whenever.
I mean, we got to do it late enough so Sean can jump in because he said he's up for a chat. I mean, if you don't mind Sean being in the chat.
That's fine. Whatever.
Okay.
He'll talk about emails for 5 hours, but that's fine.
No, we're not going to talk about emails. That's the one thing. We'll just hijack Matt's chat on Monday and do that.
Well, that's what Matt's chat last night was like. Honestly, dude, like, I was in the chat and I really didn't have much to add, and a couple guys were kind of going at it with each other a little bit, and like, I'd say the first 40 minutes of his chat, I didn't even say a word other than like introducing myself. I was just sitting there listening and going, I don't care. What the hell? I don't care. Fighting about who has more generals and what generals are better than the others, and like, I don't care. So some generals endorse Trump, some generals endorse Clinton. Who cares? Whatever.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this. If General Mills does not support you, then you're just not in the race.
That's the food company, right?
You get the joke?
Just making sure there wasn't like an actual real General Mills. I'm like, I don't like what are fucking military generals celebrities now? Like all these people know all these other ones. Like they were arguing about who was cooler and all this shit. I'm like,
we might have a Brigadier Mills. I'm not sure.
Well, wasn't there something where Captain Crunch wasn't really a captain or some shit? Like,
yeah, they're saying he's not a captain. I mean, what the hell?
Well, because his uniform had like admiral stuff or something. Like I thought it was something.
Well, an admiral can still be a captain of a ship.
Oh, well, maybe it was like the other way. Then he was like lower than I forget, but I swear there was one of them mascots that wasn't. Oh no, it's Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders had to like be made a colonel or something.
He's a Kentucky colonel. That's completely different. Only a couple southern states actually do the honorary colonel thing. And it's not actually a military title. It's more of a state title.
Well, then I don't know what I'm remembering. I'm remembering some mascot had like the wrong number of stripes or stars or buttons or whatever the fuck it is to be whatever thing that they said they would be. And they were actually like the mascot was like lower than what the title was. And I thought it might have been Captain Crunch had the wrong uniform, but
yeah, I think I'm gonna make the hit or miss thing tonight. Hit or miss 45.2 special edition. No, we're not gonna do.
Why? Mine was the hit edition.
Well, we don't have or. We got to have the hit edition. We have to have the or edition, and we have to have the miss edition.
I'm not sure you understand how the English language works.
I'm not sure either. I never claimed to be an expert in the English language.
I mean, technically, I guess you're right, because technically, if it was the miss edition, then I wouldn't show up. So, we'd have my chat on Tuesday night and your chat on Thursday night. But I don't like doing that.
Yeah, we're just gonna call it special edition because, I'm special.
That is true. So
yeah,
you had a bunch of trees fall down in your backyard or whatever?
Yeah, there are a ton of trees in my backyard. There was one that blocked my my driveway, so I couldn't get out of the house or get out of my driveway. So That was a pain in the ass. I got pictures later. I'll show you.
Cool.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I tell you, you never truly appreciate what you have until you have no internet or power.
Oh yeah, I'm in Florida. I understand.
Did you lose power?
No, but it has happened in the past.
Yeah. Well,
We get hurricanes over here too.
you're towards the Gulf. You're not in, on the eastern side.
Yeah, I'm on the Gulf side. But they come over here too.
Yeah, but fun stuff.
For sure. Oh man! So you gotta go cut up a bunch of trees.
Yeah.
Do you have a shooting berm, or do you just like shoot into the field or whatever?
This is really bad to say. I have a shooting berm, but technically it's just a stack of logs that used to be trees that the loggers left when they cleared the land. So it's not really an actual berm. It's just a pile of logs.
Okay, well that's what I was gonna say with these, because you said there were a bunch of pine trees. You don't really want to burn those. So I was like, you should just drag all the trees and stack them up on each other and use it as a.
Eventually, what I'm going to do is when the logs get to the point where they are either so old or they're just disintegrating, I'm just going to put a ton of dirt over it with some rocks and shoot into it then.
Yeah, see, because that's what I did. I built it's all sand.
Or what I might do if I can rent a bulldozer, I may just make actual, like 100 or 200 yard lanes and shoot in that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, that's what I did basically. Was just I used the front bucket of the tractor and just kind of like scraped the dirt until I had a buckets full and dumped it. Scraped the dirt, dumped it. So like the shooting area is a little bit lower than the berm, and then so I made this big hill. Well, what I found is that because it's all sand, when I went back like the next trip, which was like a month later or something, it was like a foot lower than it was when I first made it because it settled out so much.
Well, you see, behind my land back there is a small river, and it's an actual river. So it doesn't matter because there's that river, and then there's another 300 acres back there of just trees. So no matter what, if one of the shots misses and goes completely, through the berm, it's not going to get very far before it just tumbles and hits another tree. So because nobody lives back there. It's all swamp.
Well, what I did with mine because of the sand is I did drag like 2 trees over, and I put them like on top of each other, kind of stepped back a little bit to hold the dirt back, and then I put 2 posts down like between the 2 big logs, and then I just cut like 6-foot lengths of tree, and I stack them up. They're probably like, you could almost like wrap your hand around half of it. So like put your 2 hands together, like whatever diameter that is, like 6 inch or something. They're about that size, these trees. So I just like stack those up, and it's kind of leaning forward a little bit, but the board's holding for now, and the dirt's kind of settled in behind it, but it doesn't fall anymore. So I can always just get the tractor, scrape up some more dirt, and dump it from the side, and just keep filling it in and keep like building it up. Eventually, I want to have a full bay where that has sides, and then do like some IDPA kind of shit where I'm like set up targets at different distances and like run from one barrel to the other type of thing. But I just haven't gotten that far yet.
What I like to do is I'd like to get a bulldozer and just, completely get everything out of the way, get some sand and some gravel, and just make like 4 lanes, because there is enough land, front to back, that I could make a 1, a 2, and a 200 yard lane. For long shooting. So.
Yeah, I mean the part that I scraped is only it's a little over 25 yards, but then I can still just like move back. There's still open areas. So I can still shoot at 50 yards, and then I can shoot at 100 yards.
Right.
And if I cut down a couple of trees, I could go out to like 200, 250-ish.
Yeah.
And just shoot from like the front part of the property. But
Yeah,
that would be a really narrow shooting lane, but it would work.
I could go further if I wanted to. It just all depends. Right now, because of what how everything is situated with the land, and because we haven't really done anything with it. Right now, I'm only shooting between 15 and 50 yards. So not very far, because just of what I have, what open space is available on the land, and because the factor that I haven't gone and just cleared it out yet. Because we had them log it, and then we didn't do anything to it. So we literally have to go and just bulldoze everything, and then get all the damn stumps out. I was talking with my with the guy, the pawn shop I go to for my FFL, because he's I do all my FFL transactions through him, and he's starting to sell tannerite. And I was talking to him, and I was toying the idea of blowing stumps up with tannerite. And he's like, if you're gonna do that, you let me know, because I want to come and see that.
Just be careful.
Yeah,
That's all I'll say about that.
Well, I'm not gonna tell any children to sit right next to the tannerite and blow it up.
Well, just that's my great grandpa would use dynamite to get rid of the stumps back in the day, because that's my property was cleared.
Yeah, you used to be able to get dynamite for those kind of things, but nowadays, no, you have to burn them out, burn the stumps out, use stump remover, which doesn't work very well.
Right. Well, that's the thing. We have one stump that's like still there. It's kind of like off the corner of the modern house that me and my dad built.
Uh-huh.
And the story goes, the one before that, they cleared the whole thing and they used dynamites on the big ones and shit. Well, the stump before that, when they used the dynamite, a piece fell off and hit my great grandma in the mouth. And I don't know if it knocked out her teeth, or I think it might have just hit her in the mouth. But she was like, "That's it, we're done. No more dynamite." And so there was one stump left, and they just left it there.
He used too much.
Or just, it's not necessarily that he used too much. Just maybe they were a little too close, or it was a freak accident. It just happened to go at just the right angle or some shit. But either way, that's the story. Is she put her foot down and said, "Nope, we're done. No more dynamite." But it's pretty cool, because like back in the swamp, we can see where they dumped some of the logs that they like pulled out with horses or whatever, and some of them are burnt and some of them aren't, and it's kind of cool to see that there's stuff like from 100 years ago that's just like still back there.
And no, Dead Horse, I am not going to do that. If you want to do that out in middle of bumfuck Utah, go for it. But in South Carolina, and the way my property is situated, there are other people on other pieces of property that are adjacent to mine. So if I do that, people are going to get hurt. So no, I'd like to stay out of jail. Thank you.
But I kind of like the idea of putting axes and stuff in the stump, because when you blow the first one up, the axes might fly out and like cut some of the other ones down.
Yeah, but maybe if you were being chased by a mob of angry Islamic terrorists or whatnot, but right now, just for clearing land, no.
I think the key of his sentence was "and stand 40 feet away." That's the part you have to not do, because that was the lawnmower dude's problem. It would have been totally fine if he was further back.
Let's not say we did.
Let's not say we did.
You know what? That sounds like a better idea. Let's go with that.
But yeah, I like my shooting range up north. It has room for improvement, but honestly, one of the things I like about up north is that I'll give myself like a little project to do for the weekend when I'm up there. But it's one of those like if you just do some of it, oh well. And that's why this has been a work in progress. Like I said, eventually I want side berms and to get some like IDPA target type stuff and whatever. But I'll get around to it eventually. Just next time I'm up, maybe I'll get the tractor out and make it a little bit bigger, or maybe do one side, like make an L, so I can start doing some stuff, and then maybe the next time do the other one.
Yeah, I'd like to actually put up like an actual outdoor shooting range type thing that actual ranges do, so that I can have people come over besides just my regular friends, maybe some other people I know that don't like going to ranges.
You don't have friends.
Amit, I have more friends than you do.
Clowns don't count.
Hey man, my friends in my mind totally count. I mean, what?
I wasn't even listening to any of the conversation. I was reading something, and suddenly I heard you say something about friends, and I was just, yeah, it's time to be a dick.
That's okay. It's from an Israeli who doesn't really have a Second Amendment.
Oh, that was.
Wow, low blow, dude. Low blow.
Yeah, let's see you being a big hero.
Well, I thought low blow was telling him he was uncircumcised.
What? I'm confused. Stop talking about my penis.
He feels uncomfortable because he,
I think we all do. Let's go back to talking about shooting ranges, because that is one of the things that I also want to do. Is either build like a roof type thing, or like some tables or some shooting benches. Because
that's
right
what
now,
I want to do.
I have one of those like folding tables that like folds in half. I mean, it's a really cool little table.
I had a wooden folding table, and then I left it out overnight, and apparently a deer or something jumped on it and completely flattened it. So all I have to say is probably the buck stopped there. Oh, come on. That was pretty good.
That was cringeworthy.
Anyways, but
yeah,
I'm probably going to get a plastic one.
I'm open to suggestions of how to make my range better. I don't know what I need more. Like I said, I have a little like folding chair and then the folding table. So if I want to do like bench rest, I'm leaning up against this like, plastic folding table with a bunch of stuff on it. And it's, I don't know, it doesn't work great. It works okay, but it doesn't work great. I normally just use like my shooting bag or something as a rest, because I don't have like an official like bench rest thing or something. So I think I might do that. But then I kind of like the idea of the flexibility. Like, if I just want to shoot rifles from further away, I'll just set the table up like further back, and then put all my rifles on it, keeps them up off the ground, and I'll shoot back there. And then if I'm doing, like ARs and pistols, I set the table up at like the 25-yard mark and off to the side, so then I can like shoot there and then just grab, my rifle and a couple of mags and walk back to the 50-yard, shoot from there, then walk back up front, load up a couple more mags, or go to pistol, or hang up new targets or whatever, that's what I like about like a private range, is that it's no time limit. You can do whatever you want. Like if you and your buddy want to take turns doing some stupid thing, like trying to shoot like a penny or something, like you can spend all day trying to do that. If you want to blast off 100 rounds in 30 seconds, you can try and do that, whatever.
Yep.
But I do think step one is to extend my berm to the left a little bit more. So it'll probably be my next project. We'll have the tractor out and make it longer. And while I'm doing that, I'll just try and keep adding dirt like as high up as I can.
Yeah. What size tractor do you have?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know what kind of tractor you have?
Well,
He just found it.
no,
just
I mean,
found
for one, it's my dad's tractor. I know it's a Ford.
Oh, is that the one?
I know it has a
rear.
rear PTO.
Oh, it's a Ford, and it's not a New Holland.
It's a Ford.
It's a Ford.
It's blue.
That means it's old.
It's blue.
It's blue. Wow.
It's probably old. Yeah, it's not.
Do you know when your dad got it?
Well, he bought it used probably 20 years ago.
It's like when you ask a girl what car she has, and she says a red one.
Well, no, I was just saying because the Ford has changed their colors over times and whatnot. So, like the blue Ford is a specific year.
Is that the one your uncle tried to take the air down
Mm-hmm.
the tires to get the
It is.
traction?
You needed more traction out of these fucking 6-foot tall rear tires. So let's take some air out. It's like, dude, fuck you. You're not getting stuck in this thing.
Sounds like my tractor. Mine's a Ford 1710. So what time you want to start hit or miss? 9, like usual?
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, if there's a bunch of people around earlier that want to jump in, or if no one shows up at 9, we want to push it off, whatever. But I'll run this early lobby till, like, whenever. Then I'll just shut it down and join that.
Because I'm going through the whole scheduling the event thing. So
Yeah, let's aim for 9. That's good prime time.
it's normal time we usually do it at. You know, granted we do it on Tuesdays instead of Thursdays, but since no one's doing anything tonight, why not, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple shows, but...
Well, there is a couple, but not any that we care about.
Well, that's not true. I normally watch Tack and Crash and Burn.
I don't watch them.
So I was asking before, any of you guys use Duracoat?
Duracoat. No. I thought about it.
I do not. No.
Well, you're as helpful as ever. Matt?
Oh, Duracoat? No. I use Cerakote, at least on one of mine.
Hey, admit, direct all your questions towards Dead Horse. Apparently, he's used Duracoat.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's listening. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't following the chat. I'm thinking about getting my my pistol done in Duracoat because apparently no one does fucking nickel plating or whatever anymore in here. So, and I want it in like a stainless steel or titanium finish. What?
He says he uses Duracoat called Krylon from Walmart. It's called Krylon Coat. He's totally trolling you.
Oh, fuck you. Well, we can go back to talking about tractors. I'm sorry for asking a gun question. What was I thinking?
It comes from Superman's planet, so it's super tough. Yep, he's trolling.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not even reading him what he's typing. I'm just.
I thought Dead Horse didn't like people trolling people.
Yeah. I'll probably actually do that. Like, I'm not going to do it myself. I'm going to let someone who actually has experience with it do it because I want to fuck.
I would see if anyone does Cerakoting over there. I would recommend getting it Cerakoted versus Duracoat.
It was hard enough finding someone who does any of it. God damn it.
Well, just don't give up.
And
Never
even if
give
they-
up.
even
Never
if they-
surrender.
I need to find someone. You have to understand the logistic difficulties. Even if, let's say I find someone who does it, okay? It's not enough that he does it. He has to do it on the spot. Like, I have to go there and he has to do it while I'm there. Because I can't leave the gun at his place, right? Because I can't leave the gun with a person who doesn't have a license to that gun, which is nobody except for me, or he's an arms dealer, which none of them are. None of the people that do paint are. So, yes.
I was just gonna
That's the
say, like,
problem.
you can't go to like a gun store that also does gunsmithing. Like, what happens if there's something wrong with your gun?
Yeah, they do fucking.
There's no gunsmiths in Israel.
No, there are. They just don't do. They don't do stainless or whatever coats. The only thing they do is black and parkerizing, and I don't want it. It's already black. There's nothing wrong with the finish on my gun. I'm just being a fucking special snowflake, and I want to have a PO1 that's stainless steel looking.
Can I say it, Smuggy?
You can say whatever you want. You don't have to ask permission from me.
I'm asking permission on this one. Okay, Flippy, go and get your Vickers Glock Cerakoted.
I don't know why you had to ask permission from me for that.
Oh wait, that horse was actually saying useful stuff afterwards.
Wait! I don't believe this. Matt, you're in here. Why are you typing it?
Maybe he just wants to type, dude.
Gotta practice
So full of
my
hate. It's gonna burn you up, kid.
typing skills.
Wow, Flippy. Smiggy, don't have a cow.
All that hate's gonna burn you up. Nah,
Yeah.
it keeps me warm. Quick pop quiz. What movie is that from?
Well
I don't
done.
remember.
Yeah, speaking of quizzes, I'm totally pissed off about the tactical quiz today. Because I typed the answer, and then I looked at what I typed before I pressed enter, and I found out that my language setting was in Hebrew, so I just typed some gibberish in Hebrew. And then I tried to quickly delete it and write quartz, and then it was too late.
It was too late because no one reads Hebrew other than you.
It doesn't matter even if they did, because it wouldn't make any sense in Hebrew, because it's like,
Oh, so you just type in ASDFG?
no, if you type quartz, like the key, there's no, how do I explain this to someone who's never used a bilingual keyboard? It's not like I typed quartz in Hebrew. I tried to type quartz in English, and it wouldn't make any, like, the output doesn't make any sense in another language. It's the letters are not the same letters. Never mind.
I got you.
Yeah, I totally had a brain fart. I was so excited because I knew the answer, and I knew other people did as well. Especially with Sean, who has a fucking PPK, and he wins all of them anyways. And so I was like, it's something I knew it was something like Kurtz or Kearns or Cruds or whatever. Like, so whatever I typed was not quite right, but it had most of the same letters.
Yeah. And I put a T in there too, which apparently isn't there, even though it's pronounced with a T. But
Like 4 people answered at the same time,
Yeah.
so I didn't even have a chance to even get the K out.
Kunz. Kearns.
no.
I really did think there was an R in there, though. I thought it was like Kearns or something, and then so I dyslexied it, and it was the wrong answer, but it was close.
And then the other time with Jeff Cooper, fucking Flippy didn't even wait for them to finish the question. Could have been any.
I try and skip the question. I mean, when technically I did too. He goes, "What was the K from?" And I'm like, I started typing it because I knew he was going to be like in PPK or whatever. So I was like, "Oh, I know that."
Yeah, but that question was who is considered the father of? It could have been a modern handgun. It could.
Yeah,
have been,
and then he would have been wrong if he wrote Jeff Cooper. And then I'm like, "Oh well, you guessed."
could have been
But what happened? He predicted the question correctly.
It could have been the father of I don't know, modern socialism. I don't know. It could have been a bunch of shit.
It could have been, but
Yeah.
same thing. Just because you listen to the first half of the question, you think you know what it's going to be, so you type the answer and send it. If they end up saying who was the father of the first fully automatic, then you go back and you type in the right answer again. It doesn't matter that you got the first one wrong. So why not try and jump the line and type the answer before the question gets out? I mean,
That's
sometimes
okay.
when I hear the sound, I just start typing answers.
I don't even really want the patches, so I guess it's good that I don't.
No, it's the bragging rights. That's why
Yeah.
That's why I'm so bitter about yesterday.
Yeah,
Because unfortunately, okay, first off, there was like 5,000 magazines. Okay, I knew like 6 or 7 of them. But instead of just leaving them blank and just saying the ones that I knew, like I just typed in like drum mag, another drum mag, I don't know, some type of mag. Like, so when G-Web got to that part of it, he's like, Smeg's just fucking around, doesn't even know any of these. And I was like, damn it, like the second half's the one that I got right. I got the first 4, and then I got like 2 or I got 3 more, like half in the second half. Because I had the 25 round for the Ruger. I had that one. I had the Surefire 60 and the Surefire 100 because I had just watched G-Web's video earlier that day. And then like the first ones I got right because there was like the shotgun drum mag, like a Sega drum mag, and a Bakelite mag. Oh, and I got the P mag with the window. I got that one right. Like, so shit, that was like 8 of them right. I was angry and bitter, but that's okay.
All right, Smegs, I sent the email out with the link.
No.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
Check your email, a little before 9.
I don't want to check my email. Oh man, let's go shoot guns.
I want to. I've got the C308 that I just got. I've got it running perfectly. And then a hurricane comes along and I can't use it at all.
Why? You can't shoot the Hurricane?
No, I
think
can't
you
shoot the
should.
hurricane. I don't have, armored hurricane rounds. I just don't.
Oh, well, see, what kind of prepper are you, dude? You're horrible.
I'm not really a prepper. That's the thing. I mentioned this before. I'm not really a prepper so much as I am just a gun guy.
Well, obviously you're not a prepper because you don't have Hurricane rounds.
I know I don't have hurricane rounds. They don't make them yet. I've looked.
Dude, have you seen Sharknado? They make them. It's called blowing up missiles because something with like the heat like kills the hurricane or something. I don't know. They use fuzzy physics in that movie for sure. Like sharks that live at high altitudes for long periods of time, long enough to like eat birds and shit. Like that's how they're surviving in the atmospheres. They're eating birds. So like first off, birds don't live at 10,000 feet where they would be like up in a big hurricane. And secondly, even if they did, the sharks finding something to eat would not be the problem. It'd be the sharks needing something to breathe. That would be the problem that they had.
Man, those Sharknadoes. Watch
that's
out.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
never saw
I
it.
thought you only had Sharknadoes in the Midwest.
No, and that's another thing. Well, since we're speaking of it, bitching about sci-fi movies. But anyways, okay, so they call it a Sharknado, but it's because a hurricane picked up sharks and threw them on land. Well, then why is it a NATO? It should be like a Sharkicane.
Oh my God, that might be a great sequel. Sharkicane.
Well, it'd be that'd be a
Or instead of calling it a hurricane, calling it a cyclone, or like a shark cyclone or something like that. A shark clone. There we go.
Shark clone just sounds like they're cloning sharks.
Well, you add a Y in there, so it.
But wait, I don't understand. So
Cool.
I've never watched Sharknado. So the hurricane throws the sharks on land, and then what?
the sharks are like flying around in the winds, and they eat people as they're like flying around.
That's not how biology works, though. They would just die.
We know, but it's a movie and a
No,
bad
they
movie.
wouldn't just die because they're eating birds. That's how they can survive in the upper atmosphere.
How are they breathing?
That's what I just said earlier. That was my problem. But okay, in the first one, I'll give them this. In the first one, they had like just gotten picked up and then tossed onto shore or whatever. So that's not that big of a deal. Sharks can live out of water for like a few hours or whatever. The problem with it was the second one, where all of a sudden these like sharknadoes are popping up like all over the place, and it's from like a big hurricane out in the middle of the ocean, sucks them all up, and then they like live in the upper atmosphere for a while, and then like a tunnel or a funnel forms, and then they like come down through the funnel and like start flying around the city and eat everybody.
No, all of this could have been solved if they were like killer whales.
Right, but also then in the third one, I mean, the dude goes inside of a shark to re-enter the atmosphere because they were in space, and
Oh,
he survives re-entry because he's inside of a shark.
How about Sharknado versus Orca Cane?
yeah, Orca Cane sounds good.
Dude, we should totally write for sci-fi.
Didn't they have a Sharktopus somewhere?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
I
had
think-
Sharktopus versus
I think it-
Pterodactyl, which was a barracuda and a pterodactyl.
I think
Um,
if the people that wrote Sharknado write for movies, there's no reason that we shouldn't write for movies.
That honestly, I love those kind of like straight to Sci-Fi Channel movies. I know they're cheesy, but they're supposed to be cheesy. So what the fuck?
What about a tornado full of Hillary Clinton clones?
Oh God.
Dude, now no, now you're just talking
Carnocaine?
into the world. Come on, Cankle Cane.
Cankle canes?
The Cankle
Oh my
cane.
god.
Cuntnado.
You know it's coming because all you hear in the distance is emails. Delete the emails.
Hot
Emails.
sauce.
Delete the emails.
You could have Cocknado, where a tornado hits a dildo factory, and then you have like hundreds of thousands of dildos just flying and like ripping people apart.
I'm sure that's been made by now.
Don't give those Cocks for Glocks girls any ideas.
I'm just saying, shit, man. Like,
I could give them a couple of things.
yeah, I mean, if they want to trade, I mean, I don't really like Glocks, but if they want to, like, trade me, like, they'll give me a Glock and I'll give them my cock. Like, I'm down with that.
I'm sure there's like a store somewhere in the U.S. where you can get.
Okay, I think we better get back to stuff about guns instead of talking.
Hey,
We
we're
were
talking
never-
about
we were-
Glocks.
We were
It is
never talking
Glocktober,
about guns.
after all.
We were talking about
I was waiting for that.
we were talking about tractors, and then yeah.
Anyways, I hope the elections go the other way so that, we don't have to worry about that and that we can celebrate April in peace.
Well, yeah, and I hope that like a barrel full of gold just appears in my apartment.
Because, Smegs, it took me a while, but I do have an AK now, so I can celebrate AK properly.
Yeah, that's good.
I think it's time for the South to just secede.
And you can celebrate May 4th correctly as well with your C-3PO.
It's a C308, not a C3PO.
Oh, C-308 kind of sounds like a small airplane.
R2-D2 was an ass.
Bloop, 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 bloop. No, he wasn't, dude. He was the fucking hero of all those movies.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
He was maybe the major instigator.
No, dude, he had the plans, and he had to go like finish his mission and get Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Wait,
and
wait,
all
wait.
that.
Didn't you say you never saw Star Wars?
I've seen Star Wars.
I remember somebody said they didn't see Star Wars.
Well, that
Might be
wasn't me.
Bob.
Watched it. That wasn't you.
Yeah, probably Bob.
Bob was probably like
No, Bob was probably in Star Wars.
no. Bob was in like the first silent movies.
Oh, so Bob was actually in a Charlie Chaplin movie. Who knew?
Bob started in the Great Train Robbery.
Wow,
Literally
that's
the
old.
first movie.
Wow, I knew Bob was old, but I didn't think he was like Dano old.
Yeah, and his job there was like an extra, and he was like an old guy sitting in the train. So he was already old when that came out.
Hey, Ace Megs, you forgot the Y on early.
Well, this is the Earl lobby.
I hadn't realized this became
Aren't we all
royal
Dukes of
global
Earl?
chat.
Yeah, I'm a Duke of Earl. Duke
You know that
of Earl.
Bob,
Duke
Bob is
of
actually
Earl. Duke of Earl.
Yeah.
Wow.
no, you can't. I'm not gonna make it.
I think, wow.
It's gone.
Duke of Earl. Duke
They, like-
of Earl.
Have they like legalized weed in Detroit, and I'm not aware of this, or what's going on?
Nah. I'm just my normal crazy.
He's wigging out right now. Are you at home, Spegs, or are you out somewhere?
No, I'm home.
Okay, because I don't know if you'd actually say that and talk like that at work.
Oh yeah, I would never like start one of these chats like on my work computer, like at work. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
It'd be kind of funny though, because people like they already think I'm the crazy gun nut if they just hear one side of the conversation because I'm wearing headphones and I'm just talking about like, yeah, I love that gun. Let's fucking shoot it. No, they'd be like, what? What's he talking about?
Dude, I was looking at guns on the work computer at the hotel, and some lady, when I still work there, and some lady, like hotel guest, like an American lady, was walking behind the reception, was like going out. She's like, "Oh my God, what are you looking at?" I'm like, "Whatever I want to." What the fuck? What's it to you? I'm like looking at I was looking at a Wikipedia article about a gun. I don't even remember which gun. Like, are you afraid of a Wikipedia article? How fucking... What's wrong with you?
Well, it's
Dude,
just
maybe you misread that completely. Maybe she was into guns. She's like, oh, what are you looking at?
No, she was totally not into guns.
yeah, it's just like all the libtards that believe that Donald Trump's sons went and killed a pterodactyl.
She said it in the same way as if I was like watching like midget porn or something. She was definitely not into it.
Well, you know what? She totally wanted to be into it.
I don't know. I seriously don't. I don't, and that when they like block like gun sites on like in like schools or universities or workplaces, like what are you afraid of? You're afraid of pictures of guns.
They're afraid of information getting out and being used wrong. That's what they're afraid
how
of.
do they like live their lives if they're afraid of that? And how fucking insane do you have to be afraid of? They're like,
I wouldn't say live their lives is the right verbiage, but we'll go with that.
they should be like, you know what? There shouldn't be fucking websites about diseases. Diseases are fucking scary. I don't want people like researching the fucking plague next to me on their computer. I might get infected.
Right? No kidding, right?
My
That's
work
right.
You don't
does
want
that.
to learn about Plague Island.
That's why I try and spread gun awareness everywhere I go. So when I'm traveling, I always have my handgunner magazine, and I'm always reading it on the airplane, and like
Yes.
carrying around in my back pocket at the airport.
And
Well,
by the
like,
way,
oh look, guns.
Plague
If
Island is an
someone says
island
something-
off the coast of Italy, near Venice. They used to send all plague victims there.
All
That was
Italy,
probably a good idea.
all
Quarantine.
Italy is a plague island.
Is that the island that's supposedly like super haunted?
Well, they sent all the plague victims, back in the
Yeah.
day to that island, and then later on, they thought it'd be a great idea to build an insane asylum
Yeah,
on the
that-
island.
That's the same one.
Yeah,
Yeah, my work doesn't let you look up anything gun related on their Wi-Fi, and it says like a post like, it's been blocked due to content. So I was like, oh, I wonder what else they'll block. So I actually like Googled a porn site, and no problem looking at porn. But damn, if you try to get on arms list, they'll won't let you. It's
Well,
crazy.
What you could do is get a USB thumb drive and just load up a VPN, and you can get through that pretty damn easy. Just saying. And if you used a VPN, all they know is you're connected to a VPN. They couldn't get any of your information because if you use a VPN in like Torguard, man, you can search any internet website you need to and not have any problems. I just know this stuff, okay? And it's Tor browser, not Torguard. That's another VPN server site.
So you think that link Sean sent out about the email, you think that's bullshit, or you think there's some validity to it?
Here's the thing. I saw a thing the other day on my cell phone because I didn't have internet any other way. And apparently not everyone in the FBI are happy with Comey's recommendation. And they're pretty pissed off because they're saying the FBI shouldn't have had a recommendation in the first place. They should have just given the evidence to the Justice Department, and they should have just prosecuted her. But but everyone's saying it was an inside fucking job, which everyone knows it is. But and then she has the gall to go and give Donald Trump shit for things he did like 11 fucking years ago. And it's like, and she's saying that with a straight face, like she's any better.
Yeah, she released some email the other day, and it pretty much said something like blacks and Muslims can't integrate as well as like Asians and Hispanics, and she had a nickname for them, and it was like pretty derogatory. And it's just like, I don't know why people aren't reporting this, because this clearly shows she doesn't give a damn about the minority population.
And Trump has come out and stated that he is not perfect, and he said a lot of things he regret saying.
Shit.
But he actually came out and apologized for it. But the thing is, I don't see her coming out and apologizing for those emails. She just says, "Oh, I didn't do those. I didn't send those emails. Oh, I didn't have any of those emails." And then they found 3,000 more that she did.
Night Strike, it doesn't matter because the media is not calling her a nerd bullshit. But they're both horrible people.
Anyways, let's talk about something else.
What the fuck happened to my mouse? Work, you motherfucker.
So did I miss anything interesting today in the Daily Gun Show?
Not really. Sean posted a link about, I guess, that the DNC had something to do with killing Scalia, but who the hell knows if that's true or not.
Wow.
I wouldn't put it past them.
No, I wouldn't either, but
I mean, they're so things have gotten so badly out of hand that it's not funny. I mean, my grandmother, she's 92 years old. I know 93, I think, and she used to be a staunch Democratic supporter. And here's the thing: this year she has changed her party to independent because she is so disgusted with the Democrats.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have.
Because she was around, and she was around for Roosevelt and the New Deal, and he was literally, I would say, he was probably the last good Democratic president, because he didn't really do anything too bad on guns, and he supported the Second Amendment, as much as any president has, But the point is, the Democrats now. Second Amendment? No, we don't support the Second Amendment. And if you don't support the Second Amendment, how can you say that you're an American? How can you say that you don't support the Constitution? I mean, that doesn't... What relevance does that have? I mean, if you support the Constitution, you support all of it. You may not be for some parts of it. You don't have to agree with everything with it, but you have to support it. And if you don't support it, then you're not fucking American, and you should go to another country.
No, that's not really how it works.
Well, that's how I feel it should work. And this is my opinion, of course.
Yeah, I found that email link. She refers to Muslim blacks and Roma. I don't know what that is. As the professional never-do-wells.
Oh, she's
yes, and remember, we're a basket of deplorables.
Yeah.
Yeah, but only she's fucking right about definitely about Romas.
She says,
Can you tell us what that means, Amit? Is that like
Gypsies.
some derogatory term over there?
Oh, gypsies.
oh, Romanians. Gotcha.
Not Romanians, gypsies.
I thought gypsies originated in Romania.
Yes, but it's not the same.
Uh,
Not that Romania is not probably full of horrible people as well, but I'm like an equal opportunity racist. I hate everyone. I even hate Jews.
And do you hate everyone equally?
No, not equally. I definitely hate some.
Well,
groups.
I hate everyone equally, so it's okay. It works out.
No, I definitely have.
Yeah, the email says the main reason behind successful immigration should be painfully obvious to even the most dim-witted of observers. Some groups of people are almost always highly successful given only half a chance. Jews, Hindus, Sheiks, and Chinese people, for example.
Hey, Matt, I
Hey.
just linked that Tor browser.
hmm
Throw that on a thumb drive, and just go. If you're at work and you can't get to a certain site, just load that up on a thumb drive, and you should be able to go and just search anything.
Cool.
I have to say, even though that's a horribly incorrect, politically incorrect thing to say, it's kind of true. In general, it's not even a matter of racism. It can be Muslim is not a race.
Yeah.
Roma is kind of a race, but I don't think that the race is the issue. It's the fucking culture. I don't think it's stupid to I don't think it doesn't make sense to say, well, some cultures are less good at adjusting to living in places that are different. That makes perfect sense.
Like, the only exposure I've ever had to gypsies was that movie Thinner. I don't think I've ever met a gypsy in real life.
Oh, I've met a
Neither
gypsy
have I.
in real life. I've met a gypsy in real life. I had like a 5-year-old gypsy kid, all fucking with a dirty face and dirty torn up clothes, come and ask me for money in Ukraine. And his mother was standing right around the corner, sending him to like make sad faces at people to get money. Instead of sending him to fucking school, which is free in Ukraine. So, yeah, and I don't think I need to elaborate on my encounters with Muslims. So,
Yeah, we know you shot them. You shoot them in the face whenever they come after you.
I have never shot a single human being with a deadly weapon.
Well, you were on duty then.
Yeah, I never got to shoot anyone. And I intend to continue this fine situation for the rest of my life.
You never shot anyone, but that poor cow. That poor cow.
Oh, you're gonna drag this cow from the bed every time, huh? You know what? Fuck that cow. Someone would have eaten it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I know they would have, but that poor cow, man. How could you run over that poor cow? It was defenseless. You know I'm only fucking with you, right? I'm not being serious at all.
I've also killed like 2 birds since I lived here.
No one cares about birds.
I fucking ran over a raven.
Nevermore.
I never saw a fucking bird, like when you're driving on the road and a bird is on the road, they always fly away, right? Not this fucking raven. And then a couple of days ago, I was driving like fucking 60 or 70 miles an hour, and a bird just flew straight into my windshield. I don't understand. It's like some fucking Hitchcock movie.
I was driving down the highway one night, or right before dusk, and it was like raining like a son of a bitch. And there was like a 1-800-Flowers van in front of me, and this bob white quail comes flying out of the woods and hits smack dab in the side of that van and just dropped dead right there.
A fucking what?
A bob white quail.
Oh, a quail. All right.
And I was with my dad, and my dad was like, hey, maybe we should pull over and leave some flowers.
Maybe it was running away from Cheney.
Yeah, it could have been.
He's like, this motherfucker just shot his friend in the face. I don't even want to know what it's going to do to me.
God, man, that guy was pure
Yeah,
evil.
but the thing is, the friend later said, no, I deserved it because I got in the way.
No, man, if I had a good friend like shoot me in the face by accident, I wouldn't be like, fucking.
Cheney's like,
shit.
that was totally an accident. I didn't mean to shoot him. And the guy said, no, I had it coming. I was standing right in front of him.
Well, yeah, because he was afraid Cheney's going to come back with buckshot and finish him up.
I wouldn't put it past him. Like, I read somewhere that he essentially can't ever leave the United States because so many countries have orders to like arrest him on site for war crimes.
Nah, I doubt that. I doubt that's true. I don't think anyone has the balls to arrest him.
Oh, I don't think anyone would. I think they were just talking.
Yeah, he'd shoot him in the face.
I mean, it's kind of easy to avoid. Like, there are fucking a bunch of countries that want to arrest Israeli officials and they never get arrested. They just know where not to go to.
I'm
Everything's
sorry. I thought you were a whale.
Everything's a fucking war crime these days. I mean, you can't even fucking land artillery on orphanages. I don't know how you're supposed to fight a war this way. But yeah, I don't know. If a friend shot me in the face with a birdshot, like by accident, I wouldn't go like talking shit about him. I'd be like, he's cool. He made a mistake. I made a mistake. We're all good. You have to wonder, like, how hard it is to differentiate a quail from a person. But, I mean, I guess.
It's because he didn't have his blaze orange on.
Yeah,
I
but
thought you were a whale.
I can think of like 4 different other things that differentiate my friend from a quail. Like not having a beak or feathers or running on the ground or, being a bird. But okay. We're not talking about like someone that taking a 200-yard shot and someone popping in the middle of the, you know what I mean? Like this story sounds kind of questionable to me. What I'm thinking happened was maybe it was one of these guys that are like your friend, but they're also very annoying all these years.
Could
And
be.
Cheney was like, I could probably shoot him in the face with birdshot. He won't die. I'll teach him a fucking lesson though. Because I'd tase my friend if I could. Wouldn't you tase a friend?
No, I wouldn't tase anyone.
Come on. Just a little bit, just the tip of the taser. I'm doing
Don't tase me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm doing a huge disservice to like gun owners worldwide with this live stream. Yeah. No, I don't actually. I wouldn't tase a person.
The wild thing for me is thinking about that episode and what would happen years from now when they're remembering. Hey, remember that time I shot you in the face?
Yeah, it sucked. Yeah, that was a great time.
Oh boy, was your face red.
Remember when Obama did that PR stunt where he went and shot Trap to prove that he was like a gun owner?
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta say it in a way a politician would. No, I do not recall.
Dude, he was shooting like a.
Nice shotgun.
Yeah. Well, duh. You're not gonna like
It was
give the.
state owned.
You're not gonna give like. He's not gonna go like shoot a high point or something. He's the fucking president of the United States. You're all really trying not to say something racist now. I know.
That's why we need Flippy. So do you think if Donald Trump won, because he's got a CCW, do you think if he like, I know he couldn't carry technically in Washington, D.C., but if he went like to Texas, do you think he could carry even though he's got Secret Service protection?
Oh, he could carry in Washington. He could do whatever the fuck he wants. The laws are not for them. The laws are for you.
I like to be optimistic that they have to follow the same laws I do.
You think if Hillary Clinton wanted to fucking pack a full auto fucking AR-15 around in Washington, someone would tell her something? Fuck no.
She's got the money to get one.
Oh, I'm sure she owns guns. I'm sure Bill owns guns. There's no way Bill doesn't own guns.
Yeah, especially since he's from Arkansas.
Yeah,
Or
he's
Kansas.
a fucking hillbilly from Arkansas. He has guns.
But he, I don't know. Do you think he still has them? Because I would be worried that, you know, his crazy ass wife would just shoot him one night.
No, if I was him, I would fucking carry them on me all the time in case she goes fucking nuts.
Looney bird.
I don't even dislike Bill so much. I know you guys don't like him. I kind of like Bill.
No, I don't like him at all.
Yeah, I know, but I like him. I don't like his rapey part and the assault weapons ban. But other than that, I mean, for a Democrat, could be much worse. Like if it was him versus her, if those were your two options, yeah, I'd take rapey assault weapons ban over fucking treacherous lying bitch massive gun confiscation.
I vote for him over her.
I mean, not in his current health though, because he looks like he's just about to die.
Yeah, he looks bad.
Yeah. I think she's just been sucking all the life energy out of him.
Well, that's what years of syphilis will do to you.
Yeah.
Like I grew up in the '90s, and my parents are huge Democrats. So growing up, like Bill Clinton was like a saint until like the whole Monica Lewinsky thing happened.
My parents have always been staunch Republicans, so
Like my dad's side, they've always been Democrats since like the 30s. And my mom's side, they've always been Democrats, except my granddad voted for Ike because he served in World War II. So, but other than that, it's been all Democrats. I think I'm probably the only one in my family that votes Republican.
Well, I don't know. I'm still hoping their planes collide midair.
Sharknado.
Yeah. Sharknado 2016.
Giant
Oh,
meteor.
Yeah. They started like fucking shutting down Facebook groups that have gun sales in Hebrew.
Yeah, I mean, their overall goal, I think, is to shut down anything on the internet that doesn't fit in with their agenda.
It's fucking hysterical because, like, it's not like you can actually sell guns on the internet in Israel at all, so you can't, it's not like you can arrange to meet someone and get money from them and take a gun from them. That's not how it works. So it's like, it's literally just an ad. It's not even, I don't know, it's so fucking stupid. I had to like disallow people selling handguns on my Facebook group because I'm afraid they'll shut it down. I mean, fucking like building it all up from the start is gonna take years.
Yeah, they have things over here where, like, when you meet someone on like Craigslist, they have like a camera to make sure like you don't get robbed. But then there's a sign there. It says like, for all sales transactions other than firearms. So.
Meh.
All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Smags, I'll see you later this evening. He's probably asleep.
Later. What time are y'all doing yours, chat?
9.
All right. Take it easy.
Later.
I'll be back in a second.
Casio. Little calculator watch. It's not their best. It doesn't have a light. Wish I had a light. But it does have a calculator. Phone. Sounds like another police call.
Rock on, man.
Hey, Smeggy, I heard the first Christmas Carol today of the year.
Oh, geez, it's too early for
Yeah.
that shit.
It is. I was stunned. Lowe's, they're already playing the Christmas music.
I mean, it's bad enough when it's like before Thanksgiving. I'm a big fan of Christmas starts on Black Friday.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, you have the Thanksgiving Day parade. That's why Santa was always at the end because he's bringing in Christmas,
Yeah.
and then
I'm
you're
to-
good to go. But fuck, man, it's like, and then it was like, well, at least after Halloween, the Christmas would start. Well, now it's like way before Halloween. We're still half a month ahead. What the hell?
It's here already. All of a sudden, everybody's playing the songs, and there's Christmas trees out there.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
They're trying to squeeze every dollar they can.
It's a crazy bird on TV. He's crazy.
Crazy.
Oh man, you're gonna make me get up.
We need Robert Plant, though, because pretty much that's all that there is to that song.
Oh shoot, where's the toolbar? I gotta remember to turn myself down.
Uh-huh.
Is that too loud?
No, I can hear it.
Cool. I don't really know how the drums to that go.
I don't know either. Groovy. I need
Come on.
something clean and jazzy.
I don't really know how to play drums to jazz. I don't know.
Heart. Something by Heart.
Oh, Barracuda!
That's it. That's it.
Oh.
That's another one from Pulp Fiction. Trying to remember things. Been a while since I played anything.
Yeah, I never learned stuff. I always just kind of listen to it and just trying to make something that works. I know it's kind of like basic beats and shit. I don't know. Nothing super fancy. So like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? Like, how do I play along to that? You know, that's.
I've seen the drummer play on the YouTube video, but I'm not a drummer. I think he does a lot of things with the tom-tom.
Well, considering both my tom-toms are sitting on the floor, 'cause they broke off. I got two floor toms, but my regular toms broke.
Oh. Actually, this is the wrong guitar for that. Switch it over. Sounds like something.
Yeah, I don't know. Just made it up.
That'll work. We need to add the words "shall not be infringed" in there somewhere.
Oh, dude, I already wrote that. So, oh, how the hell did it go? I don't know. You'll hear it on Hit or Miss.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I wrote a heavy metal song.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah, it's something like, like a world regular militia. Da-na-na-na-na-na. This is Terror to Fury Free State. Da-na-na-na-na-na. The right of the people. Da-na-na-na-na-na. To keep and bear arms. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I dropped my stick right when I was about to start playing.
Sounds a lot better than that guy. Corny thing, that show.
That'd be funny if I actually played the drums. Yeah, that would work. Shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Motherfucker, come and take it.
There's some cussing in there.
I just wish I had a double bass, man. Like, this is about as fast as my foot goes.
And
I only got one pedal.
You can get one of those double pedals.
Yeah, I know, I could. I just don't have one.
A lot cheaper than getting another drum, bass drum.
Little stuff in there.
Hey, Dead Horse, I don't think we know any really heavy metal.
If anybody gets that song out in the lobby, my mind would be blown up. if there's a Canadian, they might get it.
I have no idea.
Are you a Led Zeppelin fan?
I like Led Zeppelin.
Do you remember this one?
Hey, lady,
That's it. You got it.
don't you walk away. Da 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 do. Da 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 do.
Only get the drum part after that whole thing. Which you could do when the levee breaks. I need practice. I need practice. I don't play Stairway though. Sorry. I've tried it. It's not pretty.
That was one of the songs that my band wrote.
Yeah.
It was more of kind of like a punk song. Trying to remember some of the words, but I know it was all like, I like da 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 do, and I like da 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 do, and I like da 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 do, and I like da da. And so it's just like real, like kind of upbeat, punky, like. Something like that.
Got a good beat.
And I like playing video games. I wonder if I have that stuff written down somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, we did some stuff, man. It was neat. We only had 3 people because we kept losing bass guitarists because they sucked.
It's hard to get a good one because nobody wants to play it. And nobody wants to admit that they play it. I'm the bass player. I can play bass. I have a bass. Gotta switch over the same instrument cable. And get the thing from over there.
I don't know. That's the one problem when I mess around with the sound, then I never know if it still works later.
I gotta find out why it's not plugged in.
But anyway, so my friend started up a band, and they had all the peoples or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one day that like the drummer didn't show up, so she asked me if I wanted to come over just so they could still like practice. I'm like, yeah, sure. So I did that, and that was pretty cool. Well, then the drummer decided to quit, which is like I wasn't trying to steal his shit or nothing. Well, he was brothers with the guitar player, so he ended up quitting. So then it was just me, the bass player, and the singer. And then the bass player moved over to guitar because he was like, okay. And we got this other guy to come in to play bass, but he was just like a pothead that didn't care about nothing. And so he ended up just stopped showing up, which was fine. I didn't really like him that much anyways. So then there was just the three of us. So it was drums, guitar, and a singer. But we wrote like 6 or 7 songs. And that was fun. I enjoyed doing that, like the process of doing it.
Yeah, I was in a band too, from kids from school, high school.
So
Wrote some songs, my friend Sean.
the only gig we played was the singer. She always had a Halloween party every year. So we played her basement. There was, like 20 people listening to us. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. You're in show business.
And that's the thing with only having, like I said, it was like 5 or 6 songs. Okay, well, 20 minutes later, we're done. So, okay, now we can start drinking and having a good old time.
You know, the Beatles only played like 20 or 30 minutes for every show. That was it. That's all they got to hear.
Oh, well, then I'm just like the Beatles.
You're just
Cool.
like the Beatles.
Oh, fuck, that makes me Ringo. God damn it.
Oh, man. Well, Ringo's got a pretty good gig. Just buzzing a lot.
Mm.
Volume. That makes sense. I'm all the way up.
It's hard playing on Google Hangouts though, because I noticed like you'd cut out every time like my mic was picking up. So I mean the other people might have heard both of us, but I can't hear you. Oh man, I think we have a full moon or close to it. Is that why people have been acting crazy?
Somebody's prank Lacey?
I said people have been being crazy, and I think it's because we have almost a full moon.
It's not
It's already up here. It looks pretty damn full.
Oh.
It might be like a sliver left, but I bet you it's almost full moon.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy people out there, so it might be. A lot of crashes over here. We have a medical building, and you can't tell where the entrance is. So people slam their brakes right there, and the people behind them give them a horn blast, and they get all upset. I've seen that happen like maybe 2 or 3 times already, and I'm not there a lot, so that's people are crazy.
Well, if you're gonna get in an accident, getting into an accident right in front of a hospital is not too bad.
No, it's a doctor's office.
Yeah, they can still fix you up. Refresh for new lobby art. Okay.
Oh, I remember that.
That's pretty cool art, dude.
It's a song. I think it's something by Madonna.
Oh, I just lost all respect for you.
Ha 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 ha. Or is it Michael Jackson? It's fun. But it's difficult to play because the strings are far from the fretboard. I think I might have to lower them down, but I don't really know if I should do that. Some people can play chords with bass guitars, but I don't know how. Maybe. And some people can play that slapping thing. I can't do that either. I just play until I figure something out, and then I try to build on that.
Oh, exactly. That's what I like doing is just kind of, making up a beat or making up like the guitar makes something up and I just kind of play along behind them. You get that solid, then you figure out what you want for a chorus, and then you just figure out when you want to do breaks and shit.
Yeah.
And then you write something after that. I mean, that's always the last step. Make some something. Make the song first, and then figure out what you can say during it, and then just change accordingly. That's what I had fun writing songs. That's like I said, I don't learn songs that are already written. I don't really care that much. Like I probably could. I think I have learned a couple, but it's like mostly I just want to play my own shit. So I had fun making it up. So those writings of the songs was more fun than actually playing.
Well, that's cool.
I got a recording of it somewhere. I should probably find that CD. It's like a video.
Oh,
Maybe I'll play it sometime on the chat.
Yeah. You know what would be neat? If we could make some breaks. When the conversation in a podcast just changes to a different topic to drop something there. Instead of having a machine gun blast or... I don't know. That'd be neat. And it goes on to another topic.
That'd be fun. Pretty cool.
Like, it's something like saying, and then, just a transition.
And now for something completely different.
Yeah.
Bow, 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 bow. Bum 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 bum. Oh man.
Beverly Hills Cop.
Yep.
I remember. I had that tape.
Yeah, I got all of them. Well, they're up north, but we have all of them up north. Diplomatic immunity. It's been revoked. I know that's Lethal Weapon, but whatever.
I think this is out of tune.
No, I don't want to update Instagram.
Something there, though.
What the heck is this? Austin Peterson posted something that says 15 minutes until 2A and chill. What the hell's 2A and chill?
Second Amendment and chill?
Yeah, but I mean, does he do like a podcast or something?
Never heard of him.
We need to get that motherfucker on gun channels. How badass would that be? I don't see anything posted on his YouTube.
YouTube!
Let's search for 2A and chill. No, don't see anything there. Yeah, how cool would that be to have fucking Austin Peterson as a guest on Hit or Miss? That'd be pretty cool.
This one's dedicated to the monk seal and the ocelot.
What?
I don't know. I've been thinking about the ocelot lately because I didn't know what it was. I had to look it up. It's some kind of cat.
Yeah. You didn't know what an ocelot was?
I sort of knew it was a cat-like animal, but I had to look it up because, you know, you never have an idea of what it actually looks like. You know, it's just a word in a book. But I saw the Wikipedia page. It does have a weird name, you know, ocelot. You know, old animal names might be a little weird for somebody. Puma, cheetah. Lion, I understand. Lion. Maybe not. You're supposed to hit the tom-tom twice.
Dude, I'm not downstairs anymore.
Oh, sorry.
I actually kind of get a headache playing drums with this because I have to turn my headset all the way up to try and hear. And I don't know if it's like the sound is like echoing inside the headset or something, but
Oh.
because normally I play drums no problem. Like I don't give myself a headache, but I don't know.
Anywho, what's on tonight on Gun Channels?
Special edition Hit or Miss.
Oh. Cool. That's at 9.
Yeah, so that'll be
9
fun.
p.m. Eastern Time. Yankee's not doing his because he did last week.
Right.
Cool.
Do 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 do.
Paradiddle, paradiddle, paradiddle.
Yeah, you gotta paradiddles. Gotta love the paradiddles.
Yeah, switching hands, you know, doing paradiddle, and then
Yeah, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, left.
I started that, but I tore the head off the drum, the snare drum, and I was poor, so I couldn't get another skin.
How'd you pull the head off the snare?
I destroyed it, you know, with beating on it. I tore a hole in it.
Well, that's not right.
Yeah. Well, I was a kid, sorta.
Was it like cheap or something? Like the heads weren't very good?
Snare drum.
Because normally that happens if you have like, you know, cheap heads or if they're way too loose. But if you have even like a decent one, you're not gonna fucking rip a hole in it. I can beat the shit out of mine. I never have a problem.
Or you got some good heads. Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Not were the ones that came with it.
so that's what I'm because that's what I was saying the other day, right? Like my set's a pretty cheap set, but and that was the thing is as soon as I change the heads out, it sounds like way better.
Well, yeah, I can imagine. Because mine were the cheapest thing that they could put on it. That wasn't paper.
Mm.
It was fun. People used to think I had a full drum set, though. I don't understand that. Oh yeah, you still have a set of drums? No, I just had a snare, and I beat the snot out of it. And I threw it away though,
Hmm.
because then I
Well, I
flipped
mean,
it
yeah, if
over.
it's broken, there's not much you can do about it, right?
I used the other side. I flipped it over, and I tore that out too. I like those electronic drum sets. They're kind of fun, especially because you have to headphones and you can just play along with the music. Because you can join those two up in your headphone.
Right.
That sounds like a lot of fun, but I don't have the space for it. And they're expensive. Good ones, apparently, they're expensive. I was playing at the shop at like a $1,300 drum set, and the electronic. I can't do that. If I could buy one piece at a time, maybe.
It doesn't quite work that way.
No. And I like having the volume because I don't want to bother anybody.
Yeah, I mean that part's nice, but I mean my stuff's in the basement. You can't really hear it like outside or anything, so I don't really have to worry about that.
I don't know what happened to my Confederate money. I used to
Oops.
have a cigar box in here somewhere.
Damn it.
I looked everywhere. I found an 18 van I didn't know I had.
Uh, yeah, you're pretty proud of that van.
I also have in still in the package the Batmobile, the original, the '60s TV show.
Oh, that's
Hot
cool.
Wheels, Hot Wheels brought out the Enterprise, and I didn't buy it. I would have that would have been cool. I missed out on that one. And I have a smart car, Hot Wheels smart car, because I think they're kind of cool. I wouldn't drive one, but they're kind of cool. If I see a car model that I like, I'll buy it. My collection of cars. Sometimes it has to be cheap. Hot Wheels I can do.
Hmm. Yeah, if I see a car I like, I just buy it.
I have a collection of Ferraris, Mustangs. That's a small collection. But I kind of gave up on that because there's so many out there. And their variations. Those Hot Wheels people, they have the same, like this car, like they'll come out with 5 different colors of it. Some people will buy 5 different of the same model just to collect. I can't do that. I'm not a collector per se, sort of.
Yeah, I worked with a guy who collect Hot Wheels, and you always had to try and find the like fancy ones and stuff. Like I guess there's some I don't know, they're like the like legendary ones or something. I forget what it's called exactly, but like each store will only get like one of those like in an entire like box of Hot Wheels.
And most of those go to the people who work there to put them up and
Yeah.
go, I don't know what that is.
Yep, exactly. So I mean, he had to kind of like get in with some of the workers at a place where they would like not steal it from him.
I have something. This is a Coca-Cola Beetle. In its package. I think I got that as a prize somewhere. And a Monopoly bus with a P so you can play in your Monopoly board.
Oh wow.
Somewhere out there, there's a special one that's silver or gold. Of course, I didn't get that one. Some collectible that I have there. Special edition. And sometimes I buy an action figure. Because it's cool. I had the original somewhere out there. I found it on the ground. The one from the 80s. This is a remake. They came out with a set of action figures that were slightly more pumped up. He's muscular.
Hmm.
The Power of the Force, they were called, or some dumb stuff like that. But he's Boba Fett, so he's cool. He was a character. I just came back from work. I missed the show. We got a man who he needed his lawn mowed late. That's when he got there, so I had to go work. But he's good and he pays well.
That's
He's
all.
demanding, but he pays well and on time, right there, cash in hand. I love that.
Oh man.
You all have any topics for tonight's talk? Or you wing it? How do you plan for a podcast?
We normally just wing it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess Night Strike was saying he kind of wanted to talk about what we were talking about. Like he had some stuff to add that he wanted to talk about. So, and that's when he said that I was like, "Oh, cool." I don't have any idea what we talked about on Tuesday. I don't remember.
So you're not going to be as political like Matt, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. It's the time of the year that, well, it's election time and everybody has to talk about something political. It's expected, probably. Somebody will want to hear somebody's opinion about things. It's good. I just don't understand it, though. A lot of talk about emails and missing things.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Some people talk about the FBI, and the FBI didn't find a thing, and all of a sudden people are getting indicted, and they're not. The poop storm. It's a poop storm. One time they tell you that Hillary sold arms to ISIS, and then you can't find anything about it, and I couldn't find anything about it. It's weird. Everybody's flinging poop, hoping something will stick. Or hoping that the people who vote for your candidate will stay home, or doing, just back and forth that thing. trying to get the other voters to stay home.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is people who just don't vote. It's like they're like, oh, I don't really care. I'm not going to vote. It's like, dude, there's even if you don't like any of the other people, like, there's still stuff you can do.
People have to vote because it's their right, and if they don't vote, we'll have less rights.
Well, the way I look at it is if you don't vote,
Then you can't complain.
you can't really bitch. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because at least I can say, yeah, you know, the person I voted for has never won, but at least I voted my conscience.
Yeah. And he might not win, or he or she might not win, but it's the person that I thought would be the best. So I vote.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, you know, I'm voting libertarian most likely. Not that I think he's going to win, and not even that necessarily like him personally, but I like what the party stands for, and I'm a firm believer that when a third party gets a lot of votes, the major two parties look at that and go, all right, how come people voted for him?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because he wants less government spending. He wants, you know, pro Second Amendment. He wants, you know, delegalization of or decriminalization of marijuana or just plain legalized, whatever. He wants this, and this. So then what are they going to do? They're going to say, if we want those people to vote for us next time, how about we talk about that kind of stuff? So it kind of pushes the major party platforms in that direction, trying to get all those voters back.
Yep. Yeah.
So if I can push the Democrats more liberal socially, and I can push the Republicans more conservative economically, then I'm happy.
I see. They see that amount of voters and they go, wait a minute, they should be voting for me.
Right. And right now, like, Gary Johnson's pulling way more from Hillary than he is from Trump. So if the Democrats want all the, it's basically all the Bernie people. And although he philosophically disagrees with Bernie on economic issues, he agrees with him on social issues. So the Democrats are going to say, okay, how are we going to fix this? Well, we need to take our social issues and push more liberal.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Because I doubt Democrats will ever get pushed to like be more conservative economically, but that could happen also. That'd be cool. And then same thing with Republicans. They'll be like, oh crap, like he took some of the votes. Well, I guess we should cut, you know, all sorts of spending. Like when you say cut spending, that kind of means military too. Like, you know, I'm not anti-military or anything, but we definitely spend a shit ton of money on it, and we could probably spend less, therefore having less taxes. And then if they happen to say, well, you know what, we might ease up on these social issues too, you know, that'd be cool.
What up, guys?
Hello.
What's going on, Scotty?
Chilling. How y'all doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Good to
Just
hear.
got done jamming out.
Are you guys picking up the guitars and shit?
Yeah, I jumped behind the drums. He was playing guitar.
Right on.
It doesn't work great though, because I can't really hear him when I'm playing. I don't know if he can hear me when he's playing, but
I can hear you.
mine kind of cuts in and out, like it, so I can kind of hear what you're playing, and then that I get like a basic of what I want to do, and then I just have to kind of guess what you're doing.
Firing up the fucking Gun Channels band, huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, why not, dude? It's, honestly, I haven't played drums in like years, and then I've played like 3 or 4 times in the past like week, so that's kind of neat.
Yeah, I've never been able to pick up an instrument and just be able to play away.
It takes time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing drums since 7th grade.
I'd fucking love to get. I'd love to get a guitar and learn how to fucking play. That'd be awesome.
It's just a lot of practice. And sucking.
Just like everything else, huh?
Yeah.
So is that Yankee fucker on tonight?
No, he was on last week.
Oh, was he? Anybody know if we dropped any more tomahawks on Yemen?
I don't think so. I think we just wanted to take out the dudes who shot at us, and then that was it. It's not like we declared war on them or anything.
Yeah, we just had to blow some rebels up.
Right. I mean, I figured it was coming, but it's one of those things, unfortunately, when you're not, like, fighting a whole country, you can't just, like, start blowing shit up. You have to kind of really figure out exactly who did it and try not to kill many civilians and all that stuff. I mean, it's the way wars are fought nowadays. Back in the day, indiscriminate bombing, who gives a fuck, right? I mean, World War II, they bombed the shit out of cities and whatever. Like,
just fucking carpet bomb, yeah.
And
well, shit. I'm glad that whoever gave them the go ahead had the fucking balls to do it. It's about time we start. We can't let these motherfuckers out here just keep shooting at our shit.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to necessarily go around and like freaking start wars with people, but I also don't want to be a pussy.
Oh, yeah.
So that's where the balance is.
Most definitely. I mean, here's the line. You fucking cross it, and you will feel the repercussions. That's something that we've lost, or that our leadership has lost.
Oh shit. What the hell channel's that? Like 730 or something? There we go. Let's go ahead and put this on now.
So what is going on around here tonight? Anything?
All sorts of stuff.
I had a bass guitar out.
Bass guitar, huh?
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
I don't know how to play it. But it's fun. It just takes time. I pick up a little bit of a song and then I build on it until I play it less mediocre. I'm hoping that we get picked up for, what is that, copyright infringement? Because it means that I'm getting there. You sound just like Pink Floyd. We can't have that. Good.
Yeah, you can say that because it's fucking the video's on my channel.
Whoa, sorry.
That's not just like, oh, whoops, copyright, no big deal, man. 3 strikes, you're fucking out.
I had
They take a copyright strike against you, you're fucked.
I had a copyright strike on a video that was set on private. It was from a wedding, a party, and I was filming it, and I uploaded it, and I got a letter, Even though the thing is set on private, they can still go through it.
Doesn't really surprise me.
It's weird. I think I deleted the video just in case. Computers these days, they can pick everything up.
Yeah, fucking technology, man. Don't tell you. Dead Horse Out There Fair Use Act.
Where's the fair use?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I mean, you can...
It was a party. It was a live event.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, I get it. I get it from YouTube's point of view, right? And for one, it is just bots. It's not people, so they just flag stuff or whatever. And the vast majority of people just say, okay, whatever, take it down. Problem solved. So then it's kind of like we were talking about the other day about the NSA, how they have, computers kind of going through a bunch of data and they flag certain individuals to then be reviewed by an actual agent. It just cuts down on how much work actual people need to do. The problem is with YouTube, once you like you get a strike or whatever, when you appeal it, it goes back to a computer, and then like you have to appeal it like 2 or 3 times to actually get a real person. And most like small channels, you don't even have the ability to appeal shit. Like that's you have to be like a big time like YouTuber in order to ever even talk to an actual person.
Yeah, all that copyright bull. I mean, like when I go photographing at the NHRA events, you know, all the nostalgia drag racing stuff. On the back of your ticket, it says that you cannot use those pictures for you know, it says they're basically property of NHRA because you took them at their event, which is bullshit because, I mean, you pay to go to that event. You should be able to shoot whatever the hell you want to shoot and then do whatever the hell you want to do with it afterwards. But what they're trying to do is that they don't want you to go in there and take a picture of a guy who just crashed his car and killed himself out on the drag strip and then bring bad publicity onto them. You know, so I see both sides of that, but
Oh, well. I used to shoot at a drag strip, and I never had a problem with any. I had to sign the same papers that the people racing had to sign up. You know, just signature saying that the track is not liable for anything that happens to me.
yep.
But I
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
problem.
but actually, when you buy your tickets, if you look at them, it's printed on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was a small track, you know, an 1/8 mile, I guess.
Yep. No, it's awesome being on the starting line and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing like it.
Yeah. But it's too bad I sucked taking pictures. Back then, my equipment was not the best. It was the cheapest thing I can get a hold of.
No.
I didn't have any control over shutter speed or anything. It was just point and shoot.
Yep.
But
Well,
it's fun.
yeah, you got to go with what you got.
Mm-hmm. Because if you try to take pictures from the stand, it's not the same.
Oh, definitely not.
Garbage.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, like I said, there's just nothing like being right there on the starting line and feel the little pebbles of rubber come tearing off the tires and hitting you in the face, and yeah,
Mhm. Or smelling the fuel that
that
grape
nut,
stuff.
the nitro burning your eyes. Yeah, buddy. Just keep pushing the shoulder button even though you can't see a goddamn thing because your eyes are watering so much. Nothing like it.
We had a school bus that was pretty fast. We had a '57 Chevy, Old Yeller, with this dog hanging out the side. Fun times. The '57 would do this. You know.
Oh yeah. Wheel stands all day long.
Yeah. We had a guy in a station wagon. And he was a winner. He would do what is that called when you do a racing for set time?
Racing for. Oh, you're not talking about bracket racing, right?
Yeah, bracket racing. He would know
Okay.
his car perfect every time. He would go in there for test and tune.
Yep.
A bracket racing station wagon. That whole thing with the wood panel stickers.
Yeah. Oh, an old Woody.
Yeah.
Yeah. So bracket racing. That's not where they're actually going to try to run
No.
as fast as they can. That's when they're actually trying to run an exact time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And whoever gets closest to that exact time lapse of time is the winner.
Yep.
Yep. That's so cool. Just how many different
Yeah.
types of racing there is, and you know how they can break it up, and how, you know, if you want to get into it bad enough, just about anybody can get into it.
Mm-hmm. Even
mean,
people with like a little car with automatic transmission, if they know their car, and then they know what it does all the time.
Yeah, it's all about. Yeah, if you got enough money, you can get into about anything. How about that?
Yeah, but too bad they raised the ticket prices big time. They started developing in the area, so it got out of my price range that where I could afford. It's like 20 miles that way or more.
Now, where are you located?
Tampa, Florida.
Oh, right on.
I had to drive to St. Pete, Clearwater, that way, like maybe more than 20 miles, 20 or 30. Right now, there's another one at Lakeland, and that's another like 40 miles that way. But
Well, at least you got it close to you. 20 miles ain't shit.
yeah, it is, and traffic is really bad going that way, especially around rush hour. And then it's expensive, and my friends are not racing there anymore. But it was fun. We thought that they raised their prices because they were being bought out. They're gonna get rid of everything. They were gonna tear it up and build out condominiums or something. And there is talk about building a road through it. So they're trying to get as much money as they can before the city destroys everything.
Yeah, out here at SIR, or Pacific International Raceways, I want to say they did the same thing and raised prices years ago, but what they actually did was cool, and they said, all right, all this money that we're making in, shit, we have acres and acres and acres of land around here. We're going to build a dirt track. We're going to build, there's so many, I mean, you can take whatever car you want out there and be able to fucking race it, basically. They built some awesome facilities.
Yeah. I haven't been in there a while. I think they just changed their name. My friend Jack just went there the other day, so I'm going to have to ask what happened. I know they might have closed the dirt track. They had a big round circle where they do the school bus racing. But I thought that the city was going to develop that area and tear it up. Because
Yeah, what's funnier?
Huh?
I was just gonna say what's funny around here is when the NHRA comes into town and all the real big boys, everybody who fucking lives around that track starts bitching if they because we get rain. So if they have an hour of rain during the day, they got to push that shit off into the night just in order to keep the show going and in order to finish the event. And the people who knowingly moved into that area, knowing goddamn well there was a racetrack there, they start bitching, and then they make them freaking close the track down at like 10 o'clock at night. It's just like, it's just like me. I live in the path of an airport. It's like me calling the airport and say, hey, you guys need to shut that shit off.
Yep. What do you mean a racetrack is loud? Who knew?
Oh yeah, they don't. There's no noise coming from them. God. Yep. Same thing with all the people who move next to gun ranges and stuff.
Yeah. There was a gun range behind the racetrack. Probably still there. It's one of those lodge gun ranges. Fraternity of Eagles or something like that.
Yeah, I went and shot a couple rounds of trap last weekend, and it's just like the place opens at 9. So you get there and they're just like, well, we're sorry, but we can't start shooting until 10. It's just like, fuck, I got up and got my day going. Why can't, let me wake these bastards up. I got shit to do. I want to keep on moving.
Mm-hmm.
Guess
And
we got
we got DeSoto. Huh?
No, I was just gonna say, I guess we got to be halfway respectable.
Yeah. What, 10 in the morning?
Yeah, that's when you're allowed to start shooting out there.
That's odd. I thought it would be like 8 or 9. Because by that time, you're supposed to be up and doing stuff. That's what we do when we do lawn mowing. That's a respectable time to start mowing.
Yeah. I just think it's more the range that kind of enforces that, just to keep the neighbors happy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Even though the range has been there so long, and hell, it's the Renton Wildlife Fish and Game Club. So I mean, they've been there, God, forever. You know what I mean? But I guess we got to be good neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
But once 10 o'clock hits, we're making noise, man.
I'm gonna see if that range is still there. I think that's their name. There's a club called Fraternity of Eagles. Gun. Oh. Let me type Clearwater. Ooh.
Oh shit! Sorry, guys.
Right. St. Pete or Clearwater?
Where'd Nightstrike go? Wasn't he in here?
Yeah, he was here.
He must have ducked out the second he saw me come in.
Mhm. He was here like an hour ago. Hmm. I found a gun shop in Clearwater, and they have a range. Our handgun shooting range can handle any caliber up to and including .44 Magnum, while our rifle firing range accepts calibers up to and including .375 H&H Magnum. Our shooting ranges also are able to accommodate full auto machine gun shooting for customers with Class 3 licenses.
Nice.
Yeah. Shotguns are allowed on the firing range, but only buckshot or slug, no birdshot, please. For your comfort, your local shooting range is clean and air conditioned, provided year-round indoor climate control. I thought it was out. No, that's not the one. That's something.
Hey, Dead Horse asked what the topic for Hit or Miss is tonight. Isn't that Tuesdays? Smeggy.
I think they don't have any set topics. They just fly with it.
No, I thought aren't they Tuesdays though? Or are they going Tuesdays and Thursdays now?
Well, it's a special edition. Nightstrike had problems with the hurricane. He didn't have any electricity or internet service for a long time, and he missed the last show. I guess he's making it up for missing it.
I got you. I got you. Cool. Yeah, we got storms coming in here. Gotta go button some shit up. I hope they burn off for the weekend though, because I'm supposed to go jump out of a plane. Jump out of the plane in the rain. I think the only thing that'll stop them or that'll stop us is the freaking wind, because we're supposed to have some steady wind coming through.
Wow. Jumping out of a plane, that's awesome, but scary. It's not tandem?
Oh, dude, I'm ready. Yeah, tandem. It's first jump, so it's got to be tandem.
Yep.
But I called them yesterday, and you know, normally they'll take you up to what is it, 8 to 10,000 feet, and then you can actually pay them just an extra $25 just for the gas, and they'll take you all the way up to 12 to 14. And I'm just like, fuck that! I'm going all the way up. I want some more full time.
Yeah.
Why not, man?
Wow.
No, with all the airports around here, you know, I go down to Boeing Field every once in a while, and they got the old biplanes that they take up. They take tourists up and just take them on leisure flights and whatnot. And I went down there one day and was just wanting to go flying, and they weren't out operating. So I'm just like, well, screw it. I'm going to drive an hour, you know, out north, and I'll take a short flight and then a very, very long fall. How about that?
I wanted to take a biplane ride, but I wanted to take some good pictures. I want a good lens. I want a wider angle lens so I can get the whole thing in. That's why I didn't take it. And I had a lot of junk in my pocket, so I was afraid if we did some maneuver, everything was going to fall out.
Oh, I'm sure they make you take all that stuff out of your pockets, and if you got a camera, make sure it's strapped to you and all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm working on it. I want like an 8mm lens or something like that.
Nice fixed wide angle.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Yeah, that's a lens I do not have in my arsenal yet, but it's something that's on my list.
This is a Nikon D200. It's old, but I want a good cheap 8mm lens on it.
Yeah, right on. Nikon guy, huh?
Well, yeah. Are you a Nikon guy as well?
I'm a Canon guy.
Yeah. I sort of had to become a Nikon guy because I was shooting film and everything I have is Nikon. And I can use the lenses on that.
That makes sense.
So that 50 alone is worth it. I can shoot it on the film camera and I can shoot it on that.
Yeah, I actually wish I started photography back in the film days. I think I'd be a better photographer. You know, just being able to shoot manually and know the camera, because these days the cameras are, I mean, they're the brain, but you know, I like shooting in manual and having control over all that shit.
You can. I think it's better now because you can learn from your mistakes really quickly with the little window. You know, the screen. It teaches you what you're doing right and wrong instantly. Where in the old days you have to wait until you got the pictures back from the lab, and by then you didn't know what you did.
That's true.
So this is instant gratification or frustration.
Yep.
What the?
Yep. And then once you see it, it's a matter of figuring out what you screwed up on and how to fix it. Yep.
And it's quick because you know if you set you're focusing on manual and you left it there, but you need it to be on constant. You see it. Oh, it's out of focus. Oh, there's nothing happening over here. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just talking just on a mechanical standpoint and just the, I don't know, one aperture.
Yep. But you can go manual. But that's rare. When I have to go all manual, it's rare.
Well, yeah, because the chips are so smart these days. I mean, a lot of people can just throw it in program mode and just run with it.
Yep.
And never need to go into manual and start tweaking stuff. You know, that they'll just be happy with what they're getting, then, which is cool.
Sometimes I go in manual if I want a slow shutter speed or something, or shutter or time value in your Canon.
Right. Yeah. If you have something in mind that you're going for, you got to learn how to outsmart the camera.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, guys. I know this is gun channel, it's not camera channel.
Anything channels. There's.
Hey, at least
lobby.
At least it's not. At least it's not hookers and coke.
Hookers and Coke channel. We'd get more viewers with that.
Do we?
Yeah, probably the Hookers and Booze channel.
Hookers and blow.
This is the biggest frustration. I got a really cool lens here for medium format camera. And I opened it up the other day, and there is fungus in there. It's a big wide angle.
That's no fungus in there. Yeah, that's no good at all.
That sucks.
Is that a Nikon lens?
No, this is kind of a Soviet era lens.
Oh.
Pentacon 6 or Kiev 60. It was an old medium format camera from the Ukraine.
And there's probably nobody around who can
Maybe.
tear into that thing and fix it, huh?
Maybe. Well, there's a guy in the Ukraine that does fix it, but I would have to ship it to him, and I don't know how things are going politically over there in the Ukraine. They had a revolution the other day, a while ago. So, and I haven't heard from him in a while. He used to send emails, like when he was in or out of the shop or something like that. But I haven't heard from him, so I don't know if I should send it when you can buy another one probably somewhere.
Yeah.
Or I could see somebody local here. We had a camera repair guy. Maybe he'd try to clean it up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, how many guys out there have the know-how to actually tear into that thing and not screw it up? You know what I mean? Especially if it's an old Soviet thing, you know.
Well,
I mean, it's like can it even be replaced if somebody does royally screw it up?
Well, he knows what he's doing because I know him. He used to work for a guy with old Nikon camera equipment, so he knows his way around stuff, and he fixes Leica, so he knows stuff. I wouldn't do it. When I try to fix anything photographic, it's never the same. When I bring it all back together. Well, I did fix one lens well one time. An 80mm, just a regular standard for medium format, and that worked the next time. But it was tricky because when you open an aperture, there's a little clicking thing, and it turns out that it's just a little, like a BB in there, where it clicks.
It's that catches on notches or something.
Yeah, it catches on the notch as you click. When you change the aperture, it goes click, click, click. That's what it does.
Oh, okay.
I put it all together, and wait a minute, there's no clicking. Turns out that little BB had fallen into the lens cap.
Ah.
And I looked down, and luckily I found it because it was tiny.
Mm. And if it wouldn't have fell in that lens cap, you would have never found it, huh?
If it would have fallen anywhere else in my room, gone. And it still works somewhere.
Yeah, I've been lucky with putting my first AR lower together. I was lucky with that front takedown pin. As many times as I sent that thing flying, and I was able to find it every goddamn time.
The little spring?
Yeah, the front takedown spring, not the spring, but the detent.
Oh, the detent, the little thing that goes in.
Yep.
I've been watching videos.
Yep. Yeah. If you, I mean, I'm getting ready to put my second one together, so I'm either gonna go buy that tool or just go buy a freaking dowel and make my own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you just need a dowel and drill a tiny hole in it. You know, and be able to. Hell, I'll just look at that tool and make it. You know, don't matter.
Could a straw work, or is that too big?
I don't know if it would. I don't know if it would have enough strength because you'd have to get that. It's not solid, so you'd have to have like a solid hole in it, and then be able to push that detent in, and then rotate the straw to keep that detent in while you're pushing your pin in from the other side.
That would drive me crazy. Just little detent and things flying in the air all of a sudden. Bing!
Yeah, it's all good. It's put my first one together. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. You know, an hour and a half, 3 videos, an hour and a half. I was done, and it was
Did you have a press, or were you clamping everything with a pair of vice grip or something? Like the magazine release or the trigger, the winter trigger thing.
Oh, I want to say all I used was a brass hammer. I didn't. I could have pressed something in there. Maybe the bolt stop. Hell, I forget.
I would have to buy tools.
Actually, you know what? I don't think I pressed anything. I want to say I just taped up the side of it and used a brass hammer and was real careful.
Wow. I saw an AR building video where all the little those things that pass through. I don't know what you would call them. Anyway, that person would grind off just a little bit, like make a little bevel, so they would go in easier.
Uh-huh. Just sand that sharp edge down so it slides in and glides in a little easier.
Yeah.
Yep, makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean it's the little stuff like that it's like, why not do it, you know? If you can take 30 seconds and do that, and it's gonna make your job that much easier. I mean, you're stupid not to. And unless you really know what you're doing and you're just banging shit out.
I wouldn't be able to do it in here. I need a vice.
Hell, Dead Horse can do that shit in his sleep, I know. So what time's hit or miss on tonight? Is that
9 o'clock Eastern.
9 Eastern. So I only
Depends.
got an hour and a half, huh? I'm gonna go walk in the rain, fellas. I'm gonna check in a little bit later on.
See you later.
All right, take care.
I don't like to fix things because sometimes I make them worse. Sometimes I get have a problem with a car or something, and I take it to the shop, or I ask the person working there, and have you ever had this happen to you? And he says, no. Thanks. Two hit or miss in 1 week, yes. He's making up for the one that he missed because of the hurricane. He was out of power and internet, I think. It's a special edition. No topic is set for hit and miss. I would say that I work here, but I don't. I don't know. I'm just a guy on the tube. Yeah. I smell food. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to see if there's any food. Horn. Horn? Oh, yeah. I get it. Product placement. Good stuff. Smeggy, you around? Hmm.
Hey, how's everyone going?
Hi.
Sorry, I was away for a little bit.
It's okay.
Now I'm back.
Now he's back to let you know.
I'm back in black, motherfucker.
Oh. Da, 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 da. I could do that.
Mm.
Yeah. AC/DC.
Hmm.
Hmm.
G-Webs is asking on Instagram, how do you carry extra rounds for your revolver? My answer is, I carry a semi-auto.
Oh man, I was thinking about that the other day because I've been watching those videos on the internet about gunfights and stuff. I don't know how revolver people do it. They gotta be like professionals because 7 or 6 or sometimes 5, that's not enough. That's not enough rounds. Remember the lady, the Oriental lady that had the 3 um, house invaders, and she managed to kill one. Sorry for the dude, maybe, but she was missing all over.
Yeah, it's definitely tough for sure.
She
I
wouldn't
can
be.
see it. I mean, I've done it like when I'm just shooting at the range, just be like, all right, I'm gonna shoot real fast, and like you try and see your sights and you try and do good. I guess that's what training is all about. But it's like if you don't really know what you're doing, holy shit! Like even without that extra pressure of just like I kind of want to shoot fast. Like that's the only pressure you're putting on yourself. You
Mhm.
still miss like crazy. So I can't imagine if your heart's pumping like crazy and
Yeah,
your adrenaline's all jacked up. Like
it's
I
3
can totally see why people miss.
3 a.m. in the morning. You hear somebody breaking your door down, and you get up. It's dark, and you gotta aim and shoot at something with a revolver. No, frightening. And you can't train for that, right? 'Cause
No, you can train for that.
you
That's part of the reason why when you go to like an actual like train, yeah, that
you
won't
have a
check my
bed,
mouth too. That's correct, Pink. When you go to a training course, that's why they do certain things where they'll do stuff to kind of get you, whatever, off balance or get your adrenaline going or whatever. So you can kind of simulate that. It won't be perfect, but you know, you can
just
do
getting to your
something to get close.
just getting to your handgun when it's dark. Wow, scary stuff.
Yep.
They could train like have a bed and a door or something. The door goes down and you're
They do
sleeping.
that. Yeah, they totally do that. My buddy did something like that where they're in like a shoot house or whatever, and that's you're laying in bed and they put the gun like wherever in a drawer or something, and yeah, it's just like either a buzzer goes off or they kick open a door or like something, and then he runs through the shoot house like shooting at targets or whatever.
But they don't do it at night, right? It's not dark.
Well, they do it like inside, so they can just shut the lights down.
Or
So
they
yeah,
could
it could
put
be dark.
goggles on the people that make it look like night. Hmm. Ready, set, go! Did you ever see In Living Color?
Yeah.
Remember the Asian lady who used to say, he looks like a man.
That kind of sounds familiar.
Annoying little Asian lady. Good show. Fire Marshal Bill. Classic.
Oh man, that's a sweet looking AK. It's got that like tiger striped wood.
Hmm.
Oh, that is sexy looking. Hmm.
That was Mad TV. Yeah, Asian lady. Mad
Oh, that
TV.
was on Mad TV.
Yeah, that was Mad TV. Mad. Still better than Saturday Night Live. Mad TV. It had edge. It had an edge that Saturday Night Live lost a long time ago.
Yeah, I think the heyday of Saturday Night Live, and maybe it's just my time watching it or whatever, but back when they had like Adam Sandler, Chris Farley, Chris Rock, um, Will Ferrell was near the end of that, Eddie Murphy, like that kind of transitional time from like the late 80s to early 90s. I think that's around that time. That was like the best cast because they had some of the guys that were a little bit older, and then, like I said, like the kind of the transitionals into the Will Ferrell and the some of the other people.
Yeah, I
But that
like.
was near the end. Like basically, by the time Will Ferrell left, like
Mhm.
there wasn't anyone good left on the show.
Yep. Phil Hartman.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, he would be like the front part of that group. I'm trying to think who else was on that. That was with John Goodman, and that was like Blues Brothers time, right? Dan Aykroyd, like they were always guests on there.
Yeah. Billy Chris.
Yeah, Bears,
The Bears. Chris Farley. Yeah.
Mike Ditka.
Mike. Yeah. The Bears.
Who would win between the Bears and the Giants? Duh, Bears. What if they were actual Giants? Who's coaching? Mike Ditka. Duh, Bears.
Kevin Nealon.
Oh,
Good times. When it was funny. Now comedy on that show is they have some good skits and stuff, but it's not must watch TV.
well, one of the things that like I always remember from Saturday Night Live was by the time the musical guest played, everything after that was like just that was their crappy ones.
Hmm.
Because it's already after midnight and they do like a 2 minute sketch and then have like 5 minutes worth of commercials and then a 2 minute sketch and then commercials. Like it just wasn't fun to like watch on TV.
Anthony Michael Hall. Yeah, he was there. Yeah, they figure everybody's gone to bed, so let's do those sketches that were not as funny in the rehearsal. Remember Toonses the driving cat? Good times. He's crazy? I don't know him that well. Alec Baldwin is crazy. I've only seen him in The Hunt for Red October. Good movie, I think. Hey, Smeggy,
Hey, what's up?
does rum and Faygo mix?
Sure, why not?
What would you recommend? Do you recommend cola to give it flavor?
No, because their cola is gross.
Yeah, I was hoping it would make it better,
I might.
make it palatable.
I almost wonder if like a rum with rock and rye would be pretty good.
Yeah, but I can't get a hold of that flavor.
Oh, well then you're screwed.
Yeah, I know.
Because all their other stuff, like all of their, fruit type ones, those would be good with like vodka or something, but like rum doesn't go good with orange or grape or any of that shit.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not really that much of a rum drinker. If I do drink it, it's normally with Coke. But
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know. I'd hate to ruin the rum with like the bad cola because I really I really don't like their cola. It's just like it's too harsh. It's like I don't know. It's gross. Oh man.
I think it had no flavor.
Man, I'm getting tired. I don't know if I'm gonna stay awake for hit or miss tonight.
Hmm. You need some Surge.
Oh,
Cola.
I'm drinking Mountain Dew, so
Man,
you would think I'd be awake. Sometimes it makes me tired though. And then I'll wake up later and like not be able to sleep. But like just after I drink it, I kind of get tired. I don't know if I'm like crashing from the sugar or what.
could be too much for your system to take too much of a jolt, and then you crash.
Man, it's kind of a slow night here.
Yeah,
Normally this lobby picks up.
there must be something good on TV or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we scared them all away with our music.
The jam, huh? Everybody's free to join the chat and chat. No experience necessary.
But appreciated.
Yeah. You don't need any typing skills.
That's true. There is some chat etiquette, which is, like I said, appreciated, but we'll straighten you out. Let me pull, I think I still have the link saved here. If I hit, Control V. What the fuck? Oh, I was hitting Shift. That's not going to work.
I remember when you had to learn commands to chat. I was doing a MIRC or IRC, Internet Relay Chat. Those were the days. Now you don't need to know anything about that, see? It's easier. Now the technology allows you to have conversation with people with a camera. This is great. But that died away. IRC died right after the company started clamping down on MP3 traders. Copyright stuff.
Yeah, I remember IRC a little bit. I wasn't super into it, but like I knew of it. I'd been on it before.
I used to trade MP3s. And sometimes because I had cable internet, I just let the machine just give people MP3. So I was a pirate, sort of. That was fun.
You weren't a pirate, you were a sharer.
Yeah.
You're just sharing stuff.
Pirated media.
I don't know. I never transferred copyright material from one person to another.
Mhm.
I always legally purchased all of my music.
I didn't keep any. That was several hard drives ago. So there's no proof of it.
Except that you just said it now, but I guess they can't prove it. You could be lying.
Mm-hmm. It's chat room talk. Like locker room talk.
Oh, don't get that started.
I'm sorry. I don't want to get political. There's too much of that around, huh? Mm-hmm. Hmm. I don't know if I have a craving for anything.
Well, I have a craving for something, but I doubt I'll find it anytime soon.
It's a soft furry and it talks at a very feminine voice.
I don't know if I want it to be furry.
Well, depends on where you're.
I mean, hey, whatever. To each their own, but it's not the 1970s, let's just say that.
Speaking of drinks, I have Tang in the refrigerator. I could mix some of that up. I have pineapple orange.
Oh, you could be an astronaut.
Yeah. What is that equipment? Is that your crash helmet? Oh, I hope not. Old joke, see? I admire people who can cut sugar from their diet. I can't do that. Everything is sugar. I have to drink Gatorade because if I don't, when I work out, I start cramping, and it hurts. So maybe I just need potassium.
What's Pink talking about here?
What's
It
Maggie?
says, what the hell is that, Pink?
Mhm. Bring that up again. Oh, vote on it. There it is.
What the hell?
That might be a Wolverine.
Mm.
You know, I found out the other day that the man who directed the movie Red Dawn, which is one of the favorites of gun enthusiasts, was directed by a guy named Milius, and they have a good documentary on the interwebs about that man. He's obviously he's alive, I think. He's a very conservative man in a town known to be full of liberals. A very interesting man. He made a lot of good movies. I think he did Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer, among with Red Dawn. Very interesting man.
Yeah, I think he might have wrote the Conan ones.
And he was a friend of George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. They ran around together. And they say that that's why one of the kids in Red Dawn has a Star Wars hat.
It could be. They like to do that every now and then. Yeah, from what I read, he's pretty pro-gun.
Mm-hmm.
And like the reason he threw in the whole scene where he talks about going to the gun shops and getting the 4473s is, I think he was trying to make a point like, hey, if the Soviets do really invade, you know, they will probably actually do that and find the gun owners and at least confiscate their weapons, if not round those people up.
Cuba is like that. Nobody's supposed to own guns, I think. I saw one gun, and it was a rifle underneath somebody's table. It was hidden there. I think you can own it for, I guess you're limited to caliber or something, because people have to hunt for a living sometimes to eat, you know.
Oh, holy shit, dude. He was the writer for the new Red Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone who talks shit and says the new Red Dawn sucks, they're making fun of the original guy.
Yep.
I don't think it sucks if they would have just called it something else. Like if it hadn't been called Red Dawn, it would have been a fine movie. But so many people love the original that just couldn't hold a candle to it.
Yeah. It's hard to do a sequel.
Yeah, but the fact that and for that it wasn't really a sequel, it's more just like a remake. But it's rare that the remake is written by the same dude who did the original. It's like,
Yeah.
so he just was trying something different or whatever. But he apparently wrote the screenplay to Dirty Harry.
Yeah, I've read that as well.
Um,
I think he's involved with
oh,
Apocalypse
he
Now.
wrote Apocalypse Now, and then Conan and Red Dawn, and some of the stuff that he directed, he wrote as well. But he has more writing than he does. Oh, he did the screenplay to Clear and Present Danger. Interesting.
Big Wednesday. He did that movie too. He's a pretty interesting man. Good director.
Interesting. Between the Lines, the true story of surfers and the Vietnam War. He was a guest writer.
I think he also
2008.
did Night of the Intruder. Or is it Behind Enemy Lines, right? I have to look it up.
What's up, guys?
What's going on, man?
What's up, Knives?
Hola.
Hola, amigo.
¿Cómo estás?
Yo bien, ¿y tú, Smeggy?
Eh,
Tengo una torta.
You stole my lines, Maggie. That's like the only other thing I know in Spanish, other than like cerveza and vino.
listo. That one was real important to me when I was working down in Mexico. Always had to make sure everyone's ready.
Listo.
That was part of the tough part of the job, because granted, I don't really speak Spanish. I know a couple things, but that's it. But like they didn't really speak English, but they kind of did. Basically, I was working for a Japanese company with Mexican workers, and I was there. So we had a Japanese guy speaking broken English, Mexican guy speaking broken English, and I had to speak broken English because if I talked like how I normally would, it's like that's too many words. Like they wouldn't understand. So it's easier just to like also talk broken English. So it's like the three of us are all sitting there like trying to make a game plan. Like, okay, basically we're gonna like turn this thing on, or the one thing was like they were doing some work on this thing, so like don't turn it on. And so you're sitting there saying like, okay, not ready, don't turn on, wait, later turn on, now keep off, like whatever, you're saying all this stuff. And they're like, okay, you understand, yeah, okay. And they start walking away. It's like, where are you going? Turn on. I'm gonna go turn on. It's like, no, don't turn on. Like they did the exact opposite of what we just said. And there was a lot of that going on. Or then they would say something to me. I'd be like, oh shit, well, we got to go fix that. I go like running out there and then see that it's fine. It's like, I thought you said it was broken. Like, no, not broken. I'm like, why would you come to tell me nothing's wrong? Like, that doesn't make sense. I thought something was wrong. That's why I ran out here.
Hey, Smeggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good one would be like, no lo prendas. Don't turn it on. Or apagado.
Yeah. Well, it worked out okay.
Everybody's alive, right?
That I know of. Although I haven't seen Steve in a while. Ever since he crawled inside that thing and I closed the door,
Oh
I
no.
haven't seen him since. That's odd. What a coincidence.
Hey, Rafael.
Yup.
What you got in your torta?
Mm.
That seems like a personal question.
I think it's rotisserie chicken.
Oh, okay. I want some bolillo now. Shit.
Torta is sandwich in Spanish, I think.
No, you get that bread they call bolillo.
Mm-hmm.
You get some refried beans, right? And put that Mexican cheese, the dry one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the morning breakfast right there. Oh, some tacos and some fried chicken.
We
Shit.
used to work near this lady. She had one of those vans that has food in it, and she used to make these breakfast burritos that were this big. One time we had breakfast there and we couldn't work. We were done. We were full of food and we couldn't work. Good old days. We had to take the day off because we ate breakfast.
That was a good work, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many of y'all are like Star Wars nerds in here, but did y'all see the new Rogue One trailer? It looks pretty epic.
They got another one out?
Yeah. It's like a standalone, like the original description for it was like Black Hawk Down, but set in Star Wars universe.
That last Star Wars was pretty bad. I was disappointed.
I liked it. I mean, it was,
Yeah, I thought the new Star Wars was pretty good.
I think if anything, it was overhyped because so many people were excited because the prequels just sucked so bad.
Yeah. The prequels were awful. And then this one is a remake of A New Hope. Shot for shot. If you look at it, shot for shot.
I mean, there's definitely some similarities, but I wouldn't say it was
rip off.
totally a rip off.
The ship goes this way, and the old one goes that way. Until when I saw that, I went, "Oh my God, no!" BB-8 is R2-D2 with the secret plans. It's just the same story.
I didn't really understand it.
Well, you should check out the trailer for this new one. It looks pretty good.
What's it called?
Rogue One.
It's the story of how they get the plans for the destruction of the Death Star.
Yeah.
It might be good because they have James Earl Jones, I think, in it.
Yeah, Vader's in it for a
That
little bit.
might be worth the ticket. To hear him again, that'd be bad. As in good, you know.
Yeah, they just need to record like hours and hours of just him talking. So if he dies, they can just keep using his voice for like the next 40 years.
I don't mean to be out of the loop, but I thought he did die.
No, he's still around. He's pretty pro-gun from what I've read too.
His grandpa gave my who was that? Was that my grandpa? Yeah, my grandpa a shotgun.
Really?
Yeah, because he lived up north, and they used to shoot crows out in the field, and he would give them like a quarter for every crow they shot or whatever. And one summer they shot so many that he ended up just giving them the shotgun that they had used.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Of course, that got stolen, so we don't have that anymore.
Well, that sucks.
It was an old Sears shotgun. Like that's all it said on the side was Sears.
Yeah, I've got an old, I don't think it works anymore. I think the fire pin's broken, but it's like my granddad's old 22 bolt action, and I feel like it's a Sears and Roebuck like catalog one. It's made by someone else, but I'm pretty sure it says Sears and Roebuck on there. Just think about the glory days when you could literally just order it and it gets shipped to you right to your house.
Or a Thompson.
Yeah. Of course, those back in the day were like super expensive. To the point where like I think a large chunk of the population at the time probably couldn't afford one.
You know, I was watching a documentary, and they were talking about Lee Harvey Oswald and the rifle that he used to assassinate Kennedy.
The Caletto or Calcetto or whatever that thing's called.
Carcano.
Yeah.
Mannlicher Carcano. And in
Yeah.
the same page, he could have bought like a Garand or an M1 carbine, you know. But the only reason that he got the rifle that he did was because of the price.
Yeah, they were cheap back then.
He ended up like spending $17 or something like that with a rifle with a scope. But that was a little bit of money. I don't know how much it is in US dollars now. Got to figure out the inflation. But he could have had better kit. You know, he could have bought a better rifle if he had the money. War surplus.
Yo, that trailer kind of looks like that Batman movie that came out like a few years ago. Kind of dark. Kind of the feeling of it.
I only saw a little bit where the stormtroopers were coming out of the water in this Jamaican like paradise.
Down by the beach.
Stormtroopers by the beach. Last year, you could buy a whole stormtrooper outfit for like $255 or something like that. You had to fix it up and make it pretty or something. I thought about it.
Score one for the good guys. Woohoo! Red Wings are up 1-0. Or at least as far as when I'm watching. I paused it for a while, so I'm behind real time. So no one spoil it for me. But take that, Florida guy.
Is this a hockey game?
Yeah. Red Wings versus Tampa Bay. We just got a power play goal.
Got to feed the animal.
Yo, I got my ballot by mail right now.
How'd you get that to be able to like mail it in? Like I've never looked into that. How do you like you just call someone up, be like, hey, I want to fucking mail my shit in this year?
Nah, when you register here in California, they ask you.
I think you have to get in touch with your supervisor of elections, and they send you the stuff.
I wanted to go in, but
And when you get it, when you get it, you don't have to re-sign anymore.
Oh snap! Did Flippy join or what?
Need a drink.
Yeah. It's me, Flippy. Everybody.
Oh, you sound just like him.
Yeah, I've been working on my Flippy all day. So
I'll be Smeggy. I haven't had a Fago in a couple of days. I'm feeling just fine.
I was gonna say you having withdrawals or what?
BRB.
I'm gonna get a Fago for my brother. See how he likes them. Hey Moon, did you get your gun yet?
no.
Really, dude?
Really?
They're just fucking with you, man.
He's never gonna get that gun. It doesn't exist.
See unicorn.
It's like that HK that Flippy's waiting for.
Yeah, pretty much. They shouldn't make me wait so long. So I question it.
I'm starting to think you guys are gonna get your guns on the same day.
Okay, let's see what happens. Nope, still flippy. I don't think I saved the flippy either. Try this again.
Red Solo Cup. I fill you up. Let's have a party.
Forever flippy now. What the shit?
It's a nice patch there, Moon.
Yeah. It's the official flippy patch.
Does Flippy have an official Flippy patch?
Yeah, but I got mine before he got his.
Was that something G-Webs made, or?
Yeah.
Thank you, Nice, for the link. Wish I could vote that guy down, but he's not in my district.
What's G-Web all mad about?
The Florida Republican, maybe?
Yeah, I think this link.
He wanted to get that Bloomberg money.
Hmm?
It's all about that Bloomberg money.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind Bloomberg money, but I don't. I want to try and trick him somehow and like take all his money and then be pro-gun.
Huh.
Is there any pro-gun person that can make that kind of political contribution?
No, not that
No,
much.
That's the thing. We're a movement of
The people.
lots of small people, not not like one big person with a bunch of money.
Hmm.
Like Ted Nugent and Kid Rock are probably the most wealthiest pro-gun celebrities we have.
How about Schwarzenegger?
He's anti-gun.
Wow.
Or
Makes sense.
he's pro-gun for guns for himself, just not guns for you.
Yeah, you got to remember he was governor of Florida or of California.
California. Yeah.
Oh man, that's scary. Sounds just like him.
He's easy one to do. Stallone's the same way. He's really anti-gun.
Adrian, you pick me up.
The problem is, though, yeah, this guy's a dick, but if we fight against him and the Democrat gets in, who's to say the Democrat doesn't suck just as much on guns?
Yep.
Probably worse, if that's possible.
It makes sense for Bloomberg. He got the Democrats. He knows what they're going to do. So if he shuts down the Republican from protecting people's rights, then he doesn't have to back two parties. He can back one.
Oh, I wonder how much NRA stuff he got from that Enroll Bloomberg campaign.
I know he got a magazine from me.
Huh.
I signed him up for a membership. I went with the magazine was America's Freedom or something. I figure he needs a little lesson on the fucking Constitution and shit. I didn't want to give him the Rifleman because he'd be like, yeah, whatever. But I figured, American Freedom or something, that would be more up his alley.
It's sad.
I guess I'm going to be flippy for at least 24 hours. I switched my profile pic.
You can't change your profile pic all the time?
I changed it back, but it's not changing. You know what I mean?
Huh.
Like I refreshed, signed out, signed in. It looks like I changed it on my profile, but when I come in, it's still flippy. It's funny. Yeah, Robbie, my screen is a flippy. But when I talk, you can see a gun and a bunch of patches. That's what I see.
Yeah, that's what I see from the gun channels page.
Okay.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, because I see Flippy in here, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. All right.
I don't
It's
have
in its transitional. It's trans.
Flippy's,
That's Flippy.
Flippy's transitioning. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right, rock on.
Robbie said Flippy Jenner.
Flippy's part of that family. We can link him. The Mirandas and the Jenners.
Yeah, how else do you think he affords all that stuff?
I just assumed it was white privilege.
Yeah. That's where I get my money. My white privilege fund.
So apparently there's like one of the family members who's actually like kind of cool. He's like a big smartass or something. I don't know. I saw something that was like apparently clips from that thing, but it was all like that. This one dude just freaking ripping into like all the Kardashians and shit. Like they said, like, oh, blah blah blah. They say something or whatever, and then he says like some smart ass like, oh, why? Because you sleep with so many guys, you fucking slut, or like whatever it was. But, like he was just like ripping all of them. I'm like, dude, that guy seems like a kind of a cool guy.
Is it the one's husband or ex-husband?
I don't know. He's like a younger dude. I thought he was like their brother or something.
I don't know. There's too many of them. To
I truly have no idea, but yeah, it was funny. He's always just like ripping on everybody. There was some clip that was like like so and so Thug Life or something, like one of those like video
Yeah.
and so I was like, oh, that's kind of like it popped up on something I was watching. I'm like, I don't have any idea who this person is, and so I clicked on it, and it was all like scenes from that thing, and he just fucking digging in. I was like, oh, I was a little disappointed. I thought it'd be something else.
Did you ever see that?
I was watching like like Ben Shapiro Thug Life or whatever, where he's
Those
just
are good.
like ripping apart Black Lives Matter or like
Yeah,
people who don't understand economics, like
Yeah,
for $15.
I enjoy watching those.
They had I think it might have been Fox News where they were doing a news story on one of the Kardashians, and the anchor just like got up and left the stage and was like, "I'm not doing it. This isn't real news. I'm not coming back till you have a real news story." And like his co-host was just like, what do I do now? I don't know what to do.
Holy shit, man. Van's got 2 goals now. He's fucking lighting them up. Sorry, I just had to come in with breaking news. It was a good fucking goal, too. Nice play.
Hockey?
Oh, yeah. So it's opening night, man.
Yeah, I think the Hurricanes are on. I need to probably find that game. So I'd much rather watch that than the Chargers and whoever the hell they're playing. Forgot to tell Night Strike, since he's got a Duke Nukem avatar, that they just released the like 20th anniversary on like Xbox and PS4. Yeah, my mom called and she briefly talked about like Donald Trump because she's a huge Clinton fan. And she was like, "Oh, I'm really enjoying this." I was like, "What? Watching the Republican Party implode?" She's like, "Oh yeah," and I was like, "Well, what happens when the Democrats take over and start fucking shit up, and they don't have the Republican Party to blame it on anymore?" She was like, "Well, we never mess anything up," and I was just like, "Okay."
I don't know. That last Duke Nukem game had boobies in it. Doesn't Night Strike get squeamish around boobies?
I gotta go grab a beer. I'll be back.
What I have in the refrigerator is some Natural Light and some Angry Orchard stuff. Tang. The astronauts drink. Mm-hmm. Hello, Peoria. Wayne's World, Wayne's World, it's party time.
Man, you're always playing like psychedelic shit. Like I feel like I should be out in outer space or something.
Oh, those dirty Canadians are beating the Hurricanes.
Which dirty Canadians? Montreal?
Winnipeg.
Ugh. Can't lose to Winnipeg, dude.
We still got plenty of time. It's only 11:34 in the first.
Yeah, I'm behind times on mine. I paused it for a while so I can like fast forward commercials and shit. So there's like 7 minutes left in the first. We're up 2-0.
Who do you like? The Red Wings?
Yeah, of course.
I have a friend, huge Red Wings fan. She pretty much taught me everything I know about hockey.
Is your friend from Detroit or just happens to like the Wings?
She's her dad's family's originally from Michigan. So she likes Detroit, and then her mom's side lives in, I think, Baltimore. So she likes the Ravens. So
Who's this random person who just started liking all my photos?
stalker.
A private account with like weird language on it or something. Interesting. Liked my zombie prepper one, my flying AK.
I think I'm
My-
following you on Instagram.
Cool. You should be. Everyone
So,
should be.
Yeah, a person that only posts pictures of cats. That's me.
Uh.
Wait a minute, that's just a broad.
Oh, my original AK picture. That's not the one that did awesome. He liked that one. He liked my gun channels coin and my dad's AR. Interesting mix, but okay.
Yeah, G Webs started following me. I felt pretty special.
You should, Tony.
Yeah, he doesn't follow just anybody. Oh, all right.
So, got any topics for tonight's hit and miss special edition?
I don't really have any idea. Night Strike's the one that's all about it, so I was like, yeah, whatever, I'm around. So he said something about like the stuff we were talking about he wanted to chime in on, so maybe we'll just rehash that or whatever. If Sean's around, I'm sure the email thing will get brought up because he loves that tinfoil hat shit. He
Yeah,
loves
I
ripping on
enjoy-
Hillary. I tend to tune out. I'm just sick of it. Hillary's a bitch. We all know it. Great. Who are you convincing?
I enjoy listening to Sean and Foil.
That's why. I mean, I get political sometimes too, but like after a while, I'm just like, I don't care. We're all on the same team here. We all like guns, so you don't really need to preach to the choir too much more.
I still think one of the best chats was when him and DB just went at it about the third party. I think it was one of Matt's chats. And I feel like DB might have been a little drunk because at one point he was just like, "Who are you? Who are you?"
But yeah, man, hey, I'm pro third party, so
Yeah, I'll probably vote third party because
I've been in plenty of those fights. Here's the thing, like I've always said, if you're in a swing state, then no, don't do third party. that will give somebody an election. But if your state's fucked anyways, who cares? You're not hurt if you live in California and you vote third party. You're not hurting Trump. He already lost California. I can tell you, guaranteed. I'd bet like my house, Trump does not win California. So what does it matter?
Yeah, like North Carolina for a while was like a swing state. And like I hate Hillary, but I don't really like Trump. But I was like, if it's that close, I'll just vote for Trump and just like pray for forgiveness later. But after like the past 2 weeks, I think she's beating him by like 5 or 6 points now. So I might vote for Johnson and just vote Republican for everything else.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing too. I tend not to vote libertarian for, like senators and stuff.
Yeah.
Just because I think having Republicans there to stonewall anything is better than nothing. So, but sometimes I have. It just depends.
I don't know if I'm going to vote Republican for our governor because he kind of screwed us with the movie studio and the HB2.
Oh, was that the one with like the gay
bathroom
thing or
law?
something? Then everyone started like boycotting or some shit?
Yeah, the bathroom law. Yep.
Oh, bathroom. Okay. Well, not gay. But yeah, see that's the part of the Republican Party I don't like. Quit
Yeah, me
fucking
either. Yeah.
making laws about your morals. I don't give a shit.
Well, it's like not even that. It's like you can't sue your employer in like state court. Like there's a bunch of other things to the law that were just kind of like, fuck the little guy. I'm going to look out for like big business. And it's just like, with the whole bathroom thing, it's just like, who the fuck cares, It's like you pass a law and all of a sudden like trannies are going to start going into the bathroom. It's like, dude, they've been doing that for a long time now and it hasn't been a problem.
Well, and that's part of it too, though. Like, I can also kind of blame the left on that. Like,
forcing their values on people.
Well, it wasn't a problem. There weren't people that were getting fucking kicked out for going to the wrong thing or whatever. Like that. Here's the thing: if you legitimately, you're whatever you say you are versus what your body says you are, like whatever. I don't care. It doesn't. Whatever. But like a dude with a wiener who goes into a girl's bathroom, but he looks like a girl, like they're not gonna notice. They'll be like, oh, it's like some kind of ugly girl, like whatever.
Yeah.
Like
it's like, hey, is that Caitlyn Jenner?
Yeah.
That'd be the only man chick that someone would be like, yo, you can't be in here because you were on the Wheaties box.
Right. And G-Webs is right, and this is kind of what I was getting to, is that the whole thing is it's giving control to the government over bathrooms, and that's my whole.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be a law saying you have to, and it shouldn't be a law saying you can't. There should not be a law about fucking bathrooms. It's ridiculous.
Every time I've gone to a public bathroom, I always wanted to get away from there as fast as possible. I don't know anybody who wants to hang around and look around.
Well, I'll tell you what, dude. Well, first off, there are creeps out in the world. When I was in San Diego, I used the tranny bathroom. So I'm like, fucking A, like not having anyone else in here with me? All right. It was called the all genders bathroom. I'm like, I'm a gender. That includes me.
That includes you. You have the right to drop that log anywhere you want to.
Oh, it was nice, man. I didn't even take a shit. I just took a piss, but still, I did it mostly out of just cause. But it's like, wait, so no one will be standing like next to me, like right when I'm doing it? All right, I get my own little private thing. This is cool.
Like I got in an argument with some of my coworkers because they're really big and like they love entitlements, and I was like, I don't agree with entitlements, and they're like, oh, so you don't like helping out the like under, advantage? And I was like, no, because it gives government control over you. Because if say Hillary gets in office, and like 2 years from now, she says something on like a hot mic, like, "I think poor people are scum and just need to go out and get a job," and people start like protesting around the country. Like, what's stopping her like bureaucratic crony from being like, "Hey, if y'all don't stop protesting, we're not going to start sending your shit out"? And a lot of people, they can't go without that money. So it's like another way the government can control you.
And not only that, you have to vote their party every time because
Exactly.
that's all you need. You need that food.
Well, and that's even just with like other types of controls. You know, I think I mentioned this the other day, but it's like I don't want either. Like I want as little power or control from the government as possible. And the thing is, like all these Republicans that were all like, they're pro-executive orders when George Bush was signing them, like, yeah, the president should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. He's awesome. And when Obama gets in, he's like, holy crap, executive orders are evil. It's like, dude, if you didn't give power to your guy, then when the opposition gets in, he won't have power either.
Mm-hmm. Only fair.
Exactly. And that's the only other thing. Everyone's worried about like money in politics, right? Like, oh man, the corporations and the banks and, you know, the special interests, like they can control people because they have all the money and all that shit. Here's the thing. If the government didn't have this much power over regulations and different stuff, then they wouldn't have anything to sell. Because right now, you know, representatives and senators and all that shit, they're selling power to the highest bidder. Well, if they didn't have the power, they'd have nothing to sell.
Well, that was
big companies, they get established, they get going, and then they encourage regulation, even though it does hurt them a little bit. It hurts the new guy even more. So it's like, okay, there's 3 or 4 of us in the auto industry. Let's make it impossible to build cars because then no one else can compete with them. So they do kind of like regulation, especially if they can get it and then exempt themselves somehow. So it's regulation for everybody else except them, because then they really don't have any competition.
Yeah, I'm for less government regulation and everything, honestly. Like, we got sued.
Uh-oh.
The government regulated them right out of the chat.
Man, the NSA is quick. You didn't give that out.
And say that's something like I'll actually like support Tesla a little bit in this fight, even though I don't really like the cars or anything. But there's something where like cars have to be sold like in a dealership. Like a company can't just like sell a car to a person. And I'm like, why is that a rule? Like, why do you have to go to a place to get a car? If a factory wants to put cars on their front lawn and you drive by and you get in one and you drive away with it after you give them some money, like, let them do that. Why does it have to go to another person first and sit in a parking lot and then you can buy it from them?
Yes, I agree with that. I can't afford their cars, but I want them to be able to sell theirs.
Right. Honestly, it's just like smart gun technology. I think it's dumb. I think it's unreliable, and even if it's been out for 1,000,000 years, it will still be unreliable. Like, I don't trust it. I certainly would never carry it. But I'm not opposed to them selling it. I'm opposed to the New Jersey law and other states that are looking at it that are trying to force it to be like, you have to sell these. That really bugs me.
How does that smart gun technology work? Does it read your fingerprint or?
Well, there's different ones. The one that was the closest to come on market but never did get sold, it has a little like watch that you wear, and the gun won't work if the watch is like too far away from it. But the thing's like super expensive, and it's only a little 22, and it's like, you know, I saw a news story, and even in the news story, the guy was like adjusting his grip or something, and the gun like shut off because he ended up like moving his hand away or something, and then he had to like hit the button or something to turn it back on. And this was the news story talking about how awesome smartwatches or smart guns are. It's like, it didn't even work in your own fucking thing. Your own demonstration didn't work very well.
That thing's not going to work. And I have a smart key, you know. when the lock feels the key against the body of the lock, it works. Unless it gets that communication happening, your engine's not going to turn over, and I'm not going to put that technology in charge of whether I live or die, because that thing sometimes it doesn't work for.
Right. Oh, exactly. And that's the thing is that, we tend to think of like all guns as being defensive tools, but there's nothing wrong with having a gun that you're not using as a defensive tool. Like if you have other ones, get a smart gun if you think it's kind of cool. Like whatever. Yankee said that one time. He's like, it looks cool. It looks like a space gun or something. It's kind of neat. It's like some sci-fi shit. The problem is when you get rid of all the other ones except those. That's where I have the problem.
I don't think that technology will ever work. And it has to be 100% working reliable all the time.
Right. And I remember there was a thing with the New Jersey, and I got to follow up on this because I never know if they did step it down. I heard they were going to, of where it wasn't going to be mandated that all all guns had to be smart guns. What they were going to change it to was when the technology comes out and it's sold, they just mandated that every gun shop has to have one like available for sale. So like they have to offer the option, which still is telling businesses what they have to sell, which is dumb, but it's better than mandating that, you can't have regular type. So that one's better, but I know at the time they were saying like, all right, we'll repeal the first law and we'll write the second one in, but only if the NRA stops saying like, basically stops talking shit about the technology. It was like, wait a minute, now you're telling an organization what they can do with their First Amendment right. If they want to come out and say, hey, this is unreliable and we don't trust it, we don't think it's a good idea, they should be allowed to say, we don't think it's a good idea. And to like blackmail them into saying, we're not going to pass the law until you say this is good. It's like, no, fuck you.
Yep.
So, but I don't know if that ever did go through. I'd feel a little more comfortable if it did. The problem is, okay, then you start selling them and all right, people offer them for sale. No one ever buys them, whatever. Who's to say in 10 years they don't put the original law back on the books and say, okay, well, it's been selling for 10 years, so now you have to only have smart guns. You can't have regular type. And there's nothing to stop them from doing that. And that's the part that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, I'm gonna shut this one down and go jump over to Hit or Miss. Pink has his lobby up. I'll post that link up one more time here. So if people want to jump into that, they can, or they can go watch Hit or Miss in 10 minutes.
See you all later.
So, yep, we'll see you guys.
Later.